Chapter 543. Inside the Taichu Empire. A group of people was charging toward the city in an imposing manner. The expressions of some passers-by changed drastically in the face of this mighty group of people, and they hurriedly moved to the side, opening up a path to avoid being killed. Are you sure that son of AB****** is from the Shangwan clan? These people were none other than members of the imperial capital's Wang clan's faction. After all, a direct descendant of the Wang clan, who was one of the more favored ones, was killed in front of so many people. The Wang clan couldn't swallow this insult. We found out that the man and woman are from the Shangwan clan. The leader of the group looked somewhat familiar to the young master who was killed. He was the young master's third uncle, who held a high position in the clan. The Shangwan clan has gone too far. Wang Guan sneered. We didn't take care of the Shangwan clan, but they came looking for trouble. This time, I'm going to wipe out the entire Shangwan clan. The Shangwan clan wasn't very prominent in the Taichu Empire, so most people didn't know about it. As a major force in the Taichu Empire, the Wang clan knew about the Shangwan clan. Even though the Shangwan clan wasn't very big, they had a high-level itinerant immortal among their ranks. Third uncle, that old bastard from the Shangwan clan, is a bit troublesome. Wang Guan didn't care. Don't worry about that old bastard Shangwan Hong. It's been several hundred years, so he can't be that powerful. Everyone knows that his true essence is being devoured by the Red Lotus heavenly fire. It's already difficult for him to survive, so how can he kill anyone? Shangwan Hong was the only powerful person in the Shangwan clan. In order to destroy the Shangwan clan, Wang Guan brought his family's worshippers to deal with Shangwan Hong personally. It's in the valley ahead. The Shangwan clan wasn't really a hidden clan. The people of the Taichu Empire would know about it. Besides, a major force like the Wang clan could easily find the residence of a small clan. Break in. Wang Guan gave the order. The mighty group of disciples behind him instantly attacked, and the array formation in the valley was blasted apart. Old bastard Shangwan, come out and die. The Shangwan clan's spell formation was revealed, and ripples appeared on its surface. A loud rumbling sound echoed in the area. Shangwan Hong was in a good mood after the Yin fire was gone. He asked Lin Fei and Qi Lian to stay and entertain them for a few days. The Wang clan. Shangwan Hong immediately recognized them with his divine sense, and his face darkened. The Wang clan is really arrogant. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, said, This Wang family is really narrow-minded. It must be because I killed their direct descendant disciple. The three of them were in the middle of drinking, so they were not in the mood. Humph, the Wang family really thinks that I don't dare to act. Shangwan Hong was furious. After getting rid of the Yin flame, Shangwan Hong had recovered most of his strength. He would not allow anyone to trample on his dignity as an itinerant immortal. If it was before, he might have tolerated Shangwan Hong before he got rid of the heavenly Red Lotus flame. After all, the Shangwan clan still needed to survive in the Taichu Empire. Currently, Shangwan Hong was the most powerful person in the Shangwan clan. Even though he had a few itinerant immortals, they were nothing compared to the Taichu Empire, which was filled with experts. Shangwan Hong had to think about the Shangwan clan. Once he left, some forces would come looking for him. Because of this, Shangwan Hong kept a low profile, and the Shangwan clan kept a low profile. A low-profile clan could survive and endure many things. Now, Shangwan Hong couldn't take it anymore. Shangwan Hong was a powerful itinerant immortal, and his battle prowess was on par with Qi Lian Heavenly Clan. When an itinerant immortal was angry, he could kill thousands of miles, and even the Empire would tremble. Rumble. The spell formation in the valley rippled from time to time. It didn't take long to break it. Old bastard Shangwan Hong is really patient. Wang Guan sneered. Let's see how long you can endure. Once the spell formation is broken, I'll wipe out the entire Shangwan clan. Whoosh, 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 Shangwan Hong and the other two appeared. Your Wang clan is going too far. Shangwan Hong was furious. With a loud rumbling sound, the space around him collapsed, revealing his opponent's true strength. Old bastard Shangwan, you finally came out. Wang Guan was full of killing intent. You kill my nephew. I'll wipe out the entire Shangwan clan. His gaze fell on Qi Lian Heavenly Clan. With the Wang clan's strength, they didn't need much time to recognize him. I killed him. Come and kill me if you dare. Qi Lian Heavenly Clan laughed. I'll kill 100 of these little bastards. Wang Guan was furious. How dare you kill a direct descendant of the Wang clan? You and the Shangguan clan will pay the price. Do it. Wang Guan brought 4 great priests this time, and each of them had the battle prowess of a 5th tribulation itinerant immortal, including himself. Such a force could easily kill the injured Shangguan old bastard. Young Master Lin, Qi Lian, you don't need to do anything. Shangguan Hong, stop them. I haven't fought for 1,000 years. Some people in the Taichu Empire have almost forgotten about me. I'll make sure they never forget this day. Lin Fei and Qi Lian knew that Shangguan Hong was really angry. The anger of a peak 6 tribulation itinerant immortal was terrifying. Reincarnation of 10,000 swords. A golden long sword appeared in Shangguan Hong's hand. He slashed down in the air, and a 1,000-foot-long sword light turned into a huge reincarnation vortex. The Wang clan is in trouble. Qi Lian laughed. This is an immortal sword. 1,000,000 years have passed, and the old bastard swordsmanship has reached an extremely high level. Lin Fei could also see the domineering power of this sword, as well as the irresistible power of an immortal sword. Rumble. The reincarnation vortex swept past, and the sword light contained the power of an immortal sword shredded the bodies of the weaker subordinates Wang Guan brought. Shangguan Hong's sword caused heavy casualties in the Wang clan. The 4 great priests immediately took action. A 1,000-foot-long black dragon rolled up and down in the air. Its aura was no weaker than Shangguan Hong's. Roar! 2 sword lights shot out of the black dragon's mouth, one in front and one behind. They turned into 2 dragon claws that tore through the air and suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Hong. Old bastard Shangguan, if you were at your peak, I might be afraid of you. But now, you're just a sickly old man. How much combat power can you use? Prepare to die. Wang Guan laughed sinisterly. The 4 sinecures had made a move, and they had even employed a formation to kill Shangguan Hong, who was not as strong as he was back then. They could have easily killed him. So what if Shangguan Hong had an immortal sword? They could kill him if they wanted to. These 4 great priests want to kill me. Shangguan Hong looked disdainful. Reincarnation Kingdom. Shangguan Hong's sword momentum changed, and a destructive power suddenly burst out. The immortal sword turned into a reincarnation vortex, disintegrating the 4 great priests' joint attack. The reincarnation vortex kept expanding, and the entire space quickly turned into a whirlpool of heaven. Did you see that? This is the old bastard's real combat power. He inherited the 3,000 immortal arts, the reincarnation art. Later, he merged it into his sword technique and turned it into reincarnation. That's why the old bastard Shangguan is also called the reincarnation sage. Qi Lian explained. Lin Fei was shocked. Senior Shangguan is really powerful. He can even merge the 3,000 immortal arts into his sword technique. I think this reincarnation art is not an ordinary immortal art. No one can escape reincarnation. They should not be able to stop it. Watching from the side, Lin Fei could also feel great danger from the reincarnation. The 4 great priests were strong when they joined forces, but they could not compete with senior Shangguan. Boom! The reincarnation vortex crushed over and broke the 4 great priests' formation. The 4 people's expressions changed drastically. In front of this reincarnation, they felt they were too small. Crash! The 2 consecrators who were slow to react were immediately reincarnated, their bodies and Tao disappearing. You're healed. Wang Guan tried his best to resist the reincarnation vortex. His face was pale. He could not imagine this result. The 4 great priests could not suppress the old bastard Shangguan. At the same time, he quickly tore a teleportation talisman. Since you're here, leave something behind. Crash! Wang Guan screamed. An arm fell from the sky, and blood sprayed down. The Wang family came aggressively. Except for Wang Guan and the 2 priests, the others died in Shangguan Hong's hands. What a pity. Shangguan Hong shook his head and watched them leave. If I had another half a month, they would all be dead. Although the Red Lotus Heavenly Fire was expelled, Shangguan Hong's injuries were too severe and he had used too much energy. He could not recover in a short time. If the Red Lotus Heavenly Fire was not expelled, he would probably die today. Shangguan Hong was called the Reincarnation Sage. His combat power was above the Reincarnation Sage. Once he used it, it would consume a lot of vital energy. The Red Lotus Heavenly Fire devoured vital energy. Once the vital energy was consumed, Shangguan Hong would not be able to hold on for long. Old geezer, you're lucky. Qi Lian laughed. The Wang family lost a lot this time. You killed 2 fifth tribulation scattered immortals. They're going to vomit blood when they get back. A large force like the Wang family did not care about low-level scattered immortals. They could continue to recruit them, but fifth tribulation scattered immortals were mid-level scattered immortals. Losing 2 mid-level scattered immortals was enough to make the Wang family sad for a long time. They would become a joke if they lost 2 mid-level scattered immortals for a disciple of the Wang family. Senior Shangguan, the Wang family is attacking. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Plan? Shangguan Hong immediately understood. Young Master Lin, do you have any suggestions? Senior Shangguan, the Red Lotus Heavenly Flame in your body has been neutralized, and you've killed 2 mid-tier itinerant immortals from the Wang family today, so they definitely won't let you off the hook. They'll attack you again sooner or later, so I think it's best that I leave the Taichu Empire. I think it's best for me to leave the Taichu Empire, Lin Fei said sincerely. I have a good place. They won't dare to attack. Senior Shangguan, you don't have to worry about your clansmen. Shangguan Hong laughed. Are you trying to persuade me? Chapter 544. Lin Fei and the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon tried to persuade Shangguan Hong. Shangguan Hong was no fool. He knew what the consequences of killing 2 mid-level loose immortals of the Wang family would be. Moreover, it was a sincere invitation, so he agreed. The Shangguan clan had many enemies in the Taichu Empire. If the Wang family took the lead, they wouldn't let it go easily, and it would bring disaster to the clan. Shangguan Hong was a mid-stage itinerant immortal, but he was outnumbered. It wasn't a good idea to stay in the Taichu Empire any longer, so he decided to leave with Lin Fei and Qi Lian. Lin Fei was his savior, and Qi Lian was his old friend. Naturally, Shangguan Hong had good intentions when he heard this. The Shangguan clan left on the same day. After all, they didn't have a lot of people, only a few thousand. It was easy to pack up. As expected, after the Shangguan clan left, Wang Guan, who was injured, turned the truth upside down. He said that Shangguan Hong had colluded with outsiders to kill people from the Wang family. He kept accusing Shangguan Hong of killing people from the Wang family. The entire Wang family was furious. Shangguan Hong had gone too far. If they didn't teach the Shangguan clan a lesson, the Wang family would lose face. The Wang family arranged for a high-stage itinerant immortal to lead a team to wipe out the Shangguan clan. However, when the high-stage itinerant immortal arrived, he found that the Shangguan clan was empty and the dimension was destroyed. They didn't know where the Shangguan clan had gone. Within the Taichu Empire, the Wang family suddenly became a laughingstock. As a result, some of the smaller forces were targeted by the Wang family. A few days later, Lin Fei returned with Shangguan Hong's entire family. He arranged for them to live in the Legend Tower. The 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron was the safest place in the world. It was spacious enough, and it was still very big. Young Master Lin, I was right about you. Shangguan Hong was relieved when his family moved into the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron. I didn't expect you to have an immortal artifact. No wonder you say it's the safest place in the world. Lin Fei chuckled. I was lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to invite you here. Since the people from the Shangguan clan were here, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. As for helping them, he didn't even need to ask them. They would definitely help him. There is no need to doubt the intelligence of a mid-level loose immortal. The fact that the other party had agreed to it was already enough to prove everything. Young Master Lin, you don't have to call me Senior. Shangguan Hong said, just like Qi Lian, call me Big Brother Shangguan. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. He had once again brought their relationship closer. It was smoother than he had imagined. Big Brother Shangwan. Shangwan Hong laughed heartily. Since you call me Big Brother Shangwan, as your big brother, I might not be able to do anything else, but I can definitely help you take care of the Myth Tower. Thank you, Brother Shangwan. Now that Shangwan Hong had personally spoken up, it meant that he owed Lin Fei a favor. When a mid-stage loose immortal spoke up, his words were even more useful than swearing an oath to the Tao of the heavens. After all, it was a promise. As a loose immortal, promises were quite terrifying. In the future, it would severely affect the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, loose immortals rarely promised anything, but once they did, they would definitely do their best to fulfill their promise. In a short period of time they spent together, Shangwan Hong learned some information about Lin Fei from his old friend, Qi Lian. He acknowledged Lin Fei's ability. Who didn't want their clan to grow stronger and have a legacy of 10,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years? Lin Fei was so young, but his strength was so terrifying. Although he didn't believe that he was a reincarnation of a deity, it was certain that he was a reincarnation of an immortal. Befriending him now was equivalent to investing in him. In the next few days, Lin Fei and Shangwan Hong discussed sword techniques. Both of them practiced sword techniques, sparring, and exchanging pointers every day. Lin Fei's sword techniques improved greatly. When Lin Fei taught Shangwan Hong the heaven-engulfing demonic essence technique, Shangwan Hong was very surprised. To him, a large amount of energy needed time to replenish. If he had this ultimate technique, he would undoubtedly be able to quickly accumulate energy and become a sixth tribulation loose immortal. Shangwan Hong could see that Lin Fei was sincere when he handed over the heaven-grade martial art. Therefore, he also taught his 3,000 immortal technique, Great Reincarnation Technique, to Lin Fei. Lin Fei used his innate talent to quickly learn it, which left Shangwan Hong dumbfounded. Apart from reincarnated immortals, this kind of innate talent was really difficult to grasp. Among the 3,000 immortal techniques, some were easy, some were difficult, and they required time to comprehend. The Great Reincarnation Technique was more difficult to comprehend, and it required a very strong innate talent. Back then, in order to comprehend the 3,000 immortal techniques, Shangwan Hong had spent a full 10 years to comprehend the Great Reincarnation Technique. Now that he saw that Lin Fei easily comprehended it, Shangwan Hong couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder old demon Qi Lian came to find him. After returning from the Taichu Empire, Lin Fei exchanged insights and cultivated. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. The Qi Lian heavenly demon went out alone to visit his old friends. As long as he didn't encounter any high-level itinerant immortals, ordinary itinerant immortals wouldn't be able to harm him. Big Brother Shangwan, I'll leave the matter of the Godmyth Tower to you. After almost half a year, Lin Fei prepared to return to his hometown. Recently, he had been feeling uneasy. Furthermore, the continent was not peaceful, and there were endless wars. He was worried about his family and the woman he hadn't seen in 10 years. Don't worry and go back. I'll be here, Shangwan Hong said. There's been a lot of commotion on the continent recently. Your family is a small empire, and there's a high chance that they'll be annexed. You could bring your family out, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. Lin Fei gave a few more instructions before leaving Sin Paradise alone. When he left, he still changed his appearance. After all, the matter of the Heavenly Secrets Treasure Vault had caused a lot of commotion. If news of what happened in Sin Paradise spread, it wouldn't be good. He had to endure for a while longer. If the Qi Lian heavenly demon brought his old friends back, he believed that the pressure would be reduced by a lot. Even if a few major forces attacked, they would still be very wary. One Shangwan Hong was already so powerful. The other old friends of the Qi Lian heavenly demon would definitely not be weak. Even if every one of them was as powerful as Shangwan Hong, they would still be a terrifying force. If there was a high-level itinerant immortal among them, the other party would be completely helpless and wouldn't dare to act rashly. Lin Fei didn't have to worry about returning to the falling empire. With a mid-level itinerant immortal like Shangwan Hong and an immortal artifact in his hands, unless someone was tired of living. He had been away for more than 10 years. Lin Fei missed home, his first home in this alien world. Sometimes, he would sigh with emotion. After such a long time, there weren't many things worth remembering. Apart from cultivation, it was still cultivation. Lin Fei also knew that on this continent, if you didn't work hard, you wouldn't be able to make a name for yourself. Which man didn't want to make a name for himself? If that person didn't want to make a name for himself, then he was trash, a piece of trash. On Earth, Lin Fei behaved himself. That was because there were all sorts of rules and regulations. You couldn't get past them. You were completely suppressed and had nowhere to vent your frustrations. The Xintian continent was different. This was a place where strength mattered. If your fist was bigger, you had the right to speak. As for the rules and regulations, they were just made for the weak. When you became an expert and kept breaking through, the rules and regulations would become a joke. Because from then on, you would have a right to set the rules and regulations. Lin Fei wouldn't be able to achieve this in his entire life on Earth. He wouldn't be able to achieve it even if he had 10 lifetimes. But in the Xintian continent, he could. Lin Fei liked the Xintian continent. It was a place where a man fought hard. Now that he was at the Emperor stage and had the combat power of a fourth tribulation loose immortal, it took Lin Fei 3 days to return to the falling empire. After all, the falling empire was located in a remote place on the continent. Although there were constant wars on the continent, Lin Fei still hoped that at least the small empires wouldn't be affected. However, when he came down from the mid-level empires, he found that the wars in the small empires were even more intense. There were large numbers of martial artist armies everywhere. It was a vast black mass. Lin Fei's unease appeared again. I wonder how the falling empire is doing now. Lin Fei was really worried about the falling empire. After all, his woman and family were there. Although he had arranged for the mystical beast to stand guard, things were different now. He was still worried. The situation on the continent was different. Lin Fei couldn't help but worry. Large empires could hold out for a longer period of time in the face of war. But small empires would send powerhouses as soon as they attacked. Just one mystique venerable powerhouse was enough to wipe out all the higher-ups. Kill all the remnants of the divine prowess sect. Don't let a single one escape. In the distance, a group of men in black was chasing another group of men in white. Uncle Zhangwen, what do we do? One of the men in white was pale. There were bloodstains on his white robes. You guys leave. I'll hold off the people from the Divine War sect. Zhang Wen's breathing was unstable. He was also injured, but his eyes were determined. Yunxiang, as long as you go back and bring the news to Lin Fei, he'll definitely avenge us. The person next to him was Lin Fei's senior brother, Yunxiang. His strength had already reached the late-stage mystique venerable rank. It could be said that his talent was outstanding. Uncle Zhang, you leave. I'll hold him off. Yunxiang said, I can use a forbidden skill and unleash the strength of a beginner-stage sage. I can buy time for you. As long as one of you can escape, senior brother Lin Fei will definitely avenge us. Among those present, Yunxiang's strength was the strongest. Even Elder Zhang Wen's strength was only at the late-stage mystique venerable rank. Yunxiang gritted his teeth and unleashed a forbidden skill. He unleashed the strength of a beginner-stage sage in an attempt to buy time. A mere beginner-stage sage wants to stop us? Today, all of you will die. No one will be spared. The leader of the men in black sneered. He did not take the other party seriously at all. He suddenly took a step forward. Solar fist technique. Rumble. Round after round of blazing suns crashed into Yunxiang's body, breaking through his defenses. His entire body was sent flying. Die! The men in black took another step forward and blasted their fists at the crowd. Chapter 545. Zhang Wen, Yunxiang, and the others all thought that they were doomed. The people who were sent to kill them were too strong. They were so strong that even though Yunxiang was a disciple of the Divine Sword sect and had the strength of an early sage, he was defeated in an instant. It was difficult for them to resist a high-level martial art like the Great Sun Fist technique. The burning sensation seemed to burn them completely. You want to kill the people of my sect with this kind of attack? Just when Zhang won and the others were in despair, the burning aura disappeared. Unknowingly, a black-robed man appeared in front of them. Senior brother Lin Fei. The first to recognize him was Yunxiang. Although Yunxiang and Lin Fei did not have many opportunities to meet after entering the Divine Sword sect, he still recognized him immediately. He would never forget that voice for the rest of his life. Senior brother Lin Fei is back. Great, we're saved. The disciples of the Divine Force sect felt lucky to have survived. Retreat. When a leader saw that the other party blocked his great sun fist technique, he immediately realized that the situation was bad. Especially after hearing the other party's name. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Lin Fei, that monstrous genius. Just one name was enough to make them tremble in fear. More importantly, Lin Fei exuded the aura of an emperor. If you dare to attack, you must be prepared to pay the price. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He glared at them, and his eyes soared swept across. The group of black-robed men who had chased after them were all killed. They could not even block the simplest ice sword, let alone attack. The people of the Divine Force sect swallowed their saliva. They knew that the people who were chasing them were very strong and that they could not fight back. However, in front of senior brother Lin Fei, all of them were killed with one look. They did not even dare to think about it. Lin Fei's divine sense could see 5 million miles. When he saw the disciples of the Divine Force sect being chased, he rushed over immediately. He had been paying attention since they entered the Buyuo dynasty. Fortunately, his divine sense was strong. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to attack. At the same time, he had a bad feeling. Even the Divine Force sect was being chased. They had the support of the Divine Sword sect. After all, every single person who became a disciple of the Divine Sword School was someone that none of the sects in the dynasty dared to offend. Otherwise, they would just be waiting for their sects to be annihilated. However, there was still someone who dared to make a move against them. What did this mean? Of course, he disapproved of the Divine Sword School. Lin Fei, you have become an Emperor Realm expert. Elder Zhang was dumbfounded by what he saw. In front of Lin Fei, a powerful sage could not even withstand a single look from him before being killed. This was way too strong, wasn't it? Although Elder Zhang had long known that Lin Fei's talent was outstanding, to be able to cultivate to the Emperor Realm in 10 years was too unbelievable. He had walked a path that they would never be able to walk in their entire lives. Lin Fei waved his hand, and balls of true essence entered their bodies. These injured disciples immediately recovered from their injuries. Even Yunxiang's forbidden technique was able to restore them to normal. It's been a while, Lin Fei said. Who are they? How dare they attack our sect? Senior brother, you have to take revenge for us. Yunxiang's body was covered in blood. When he saw Lin Fei appear, he immediately found his backbone. What happened? Tell me slowly. Lin Fei had stayed in the Divine Force sect for 5 years. He had feelings for the sect. Now, that someone attacked the Divine Force sect, it was equivalent to making things difficult for him. Those despicable people from the sect of God of War colluded with a mysterious power to attack our sect of God of Martial. In order to protect us, our sect master was killed by them. Yin Xiang had grown up in the sect of God of Martial, and he had deep feelings for them. What? The sect leader is dead? How is this possible? What force did the Divine War sect collude with? Lin Fei was shocked. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. I don't know either. In any case, a group of experts suddenly appeared in the Divine War sect. Each of them is extremely strong. The one who chased me just now was one of them. The royal family of the Unfalling dynasty was also massacred by them. Yunxiang wished he could speak out all the grievances in his heart. Now, the Unfalling dynasty is finished. It has fallen into the hands of the Heaven Suppression dynasty. Lin Fei's impression of the Divine War sect was still that of a small sect. He didn't expect that after more than 10 years, the Divine War sect would launch a thunderous attack. Not only did they get rid of the sect, but they also wiped out the upper echelons of the dynasty. What about the others in the sect? Yunxiang shook his head. We split into several teams. If they all encountered the same experts just now, I'm afraid they will be in trouble. A team led by a sage could easily kill them. Then, it will be easy for other teams to do the same. The clan is in danger. The Divine Force sect had fallen. Lin Fei immediately thought of the clan. Go! Lin Fei kept them in the warship and hurried back to the clan. If the clan was still in the same place as before, Lin Fei wouldn't have anything to worry about. But after arriving at the imperial capital of the dynasty, the upper echelons of the dynasty had been wiped out. The Lin family's days might not be good. Lin Fei knew that he had left quite a reputation in the dynasty. If they investigated and found out about his achievements in the Divine Sword sect, they would definitely make a move on the clan. Lin Fei didn't want this to happen. Just as Yunxiang said, the entire unfalling dynasty was in chaos. There were massacres everywhere. The flames of war were everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei arrived in the sky above the imperial capital. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was in chaos. There was no one in the royal palace. Everything was in ruins. The royal palace was completely destroyed. When he saw that the Lin family wasn't destroyed, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. These people are really bold. They actually dared to capture the Lin family. Although the Lin family wasn't destroyed, there were experts guarding outside. There were also people guarding inside. This meant that the entire clan was under the enemy's control. Lin Fei was very angry. Although he didn't have deep feelings for the clan, he still had the blood of the Lin family flowing in his veins. No matter who you are, I will kill all of you. Lin Fei blacklisted them. After scanning with his powerful divine sense, Lin Fei was relieved. He let Yunxiang out. When he saw that he was in the sky above the imperial capital, he was shocked. Don't worry, they can't find us. With Lin Fei's current strength, unless it was a mid-level loose immortal with an extremely powerful divine sense, they wouldn't be able to find him. Senior brother, those people below are from the heaven-suppressing empire. Yunxiang recognized them immediately. I remember them. They were the ones who killed their way up here with the people from the Divine War sect. Lin Fei was extremely disgusted by the heaven-suppressing empire. Let's go down and see what kind of background this heaven-suppressing empire has. With a sweep of his divine sense just now, Lin Fei had already determined where the people from the heaven-suppressing empire were. The mission went smoothly. The Divine Force sect was almost destroyed. This area is almost unified. It won't take long to clean up the remaining forces. In a spacious hall below, it was obvious that this was a hall from a family. We can start building teleportation towers. In the hall, several people were discussing. They were obviously very happy and excited. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a tyrannical divine sense crushed over, instantly suppressing them and making them unable to move. Everyone's expression changed. Who are you? These people's expression changed. They didn't expect that an expert would appear in such a remote place. At this moment, they were suppressed and unable to move. You are Lin Fei of the Lin family. One of the silver-armored people recognized Lin Fei. Everyone's expression changed again. On the information, Lin Fei was listed as an enemy with outstanding talent. Lin Fei, let us go, or your family will be finished. Bang! With a glance from Lin Fei, that person's body exploded, leaving a pool of blood. Threaten? I'm not afraid of threats. Lin Fei shook his head. If any of you want to threaten me, just say it. I don't mind sending you to heaven. The rest of the people didn't dare to speak. This Lin Fei was too ferocious. With a glance, he could kill people. The information didn't record him being so ferocious. Lin Fei, what do you want? We are from the heaven-suppressing empire. You'd better let us go. We can pretend that nothing happened. Bang! That person's body exploded as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Fei was disdainful. You dared to detain my Lin family, and I will let you go just like that? To think that you can think of something like this. Your skin is really thick. These people dare to be angry, but didn't dare to speak. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts were killed. No one wanted their turn. If you want to live, it's actually very simple. Lin Fei smiled. As long as you tell me your purpose this time, I might let you go. This is your only chance. It depends on how you grasp it. Lin Fei, don't even think about it. Even if you beat us to death, we won't say it. Fear flashed across these people's faces. Their tone was firm, and their attitude changed greatly, causing Lin Fei to be very surprised. Bang! Lin Fei killed another one of them, wanting to force them to speak. It's useless. We won't say it. You don't have to waste your energy. Lin Fei was really angry. These people's tone was firm. Could it be that he really had no other way? Soul-searching technique. If they didn't say it, it didn't mean that Lin Fei had no other way. He didn't have the mood to continue interrogating and directly used the soul-searching technique. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was about to search to the end. Suddenly, these people exploded one by one, turning into a pile of rotten flesh on the ground. Even their primordial spirits exploded. What a powerful restriction. No wonder they don't dare to say it. I'm afraid they can't say it. Fortunately, Lin Fei's divine sense was tyrannical. If it was someone else, the explosion alone would be enough to make them suffer. Senior brother, did you find anything? Yunxiang was also very surprised. Lin Fei shook his head, just a little bit more. There is a restriction in the depths of their memories. Someone must have tampered with it. Whether it's interrogating or soul-searching, they will immediately trigger the restriction if they step into this part of their memories, causing them to die. Ordinary people can't do such a thing. This kind of restriction, Lin Fei had only heard of it from others. Today was the first time he encountered it. Who did this? Yunxiang was surprised. Could it be a big force? It's hard to say now. I can't say for sure either. Lin Fei couldn't say anything. This force hid very deeply. Unfortunately, I was so close just now. Otherwise, I could know their purpose. They were all dead. Lin Fei couldn't do anything. He couldn't let them resurrect. In the future, there would be a chance to know their purpose. I'd better save the family first. Lin family. Since Lin Fei soared to the sky, the Lin family became famous in the falling dynasty. Their power was also constantly expanding. Especially after Lin Fei joined the Sword God sect, the Lin family became a unique force in the dynasty. Even the royal family had to be polite to them. Patriarch, is this the only thing we can do now? In the hall of the Lin family, all the elders were fuming with rage. Elders, do you think we can fight against them? The current patriarch was still Lin Zhongwu. They came in a threatening manner. Even the royal family was destroyed. Do you think we can fight on? But we have helpers. As long as they make a move, we can definitely defeat them. At this time, a young man sitting next to Lin Zhongwu spoke. Don't forget, they will help us. But that's because our family is in a life-and-death situation. That's why they will help us. Young patriarch's words make sense. This young man was Lin Fei's second brother, Lin Feng. He was the young patriarch of the Lin family. The old patriarch, Lin Zhongwu, didn't care about ordinary matters. This time, the matter was very serious. Lin Zhongwu came out to take charge to prevent problems within the family. Our family is at least better than the other families. It's all thanks to Lin Fei. These people are really strong. I really don't know where they came from. The royal family was breached in less than 2 hours. Thinking back to the battle that day, the elders of the Lin family couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The formation of the royal palace was broken in a single move. His Majesty, the king, was killed with a single slash. They also knew that it was all thanks to Lin Fei that the Lin family didn't suffer any damage. However, they also knew that it wasn't good for them to fall into the hands of the other party. Who knew what would happen in the future? But to resist, they really couldn't fight against the other party. I think we should just take one step at a time. Lin Feng was also helpless. The strength of the family wasn't bad. They had nurtured many experts. However, in front of true experts, they were still powerless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been suppressed so quickly. Of course, they could make a move. But once they made a move, the strength of the family might be greatly damaged. After all, the entire dynasty was in the hands of the other party. It was not appropriate to risk breaking out of the encirclement. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a shocking movement outside the hall. What happened? The group of elders stood up with a vigilant look on their faces. At this moment, if there was any movement, they would inevitably be shocked and afraid. They thought that those people had attacked the Lin family. They are all dead. Someone pushed the door open and said excitedly, "What, they're all dead? How is that possible?" Everyone in the hall was stunned. Many of the people guarding them were experts. How could they all be dead? This was impossible. It's true, they are all dead. It was like a white light, and they were all dead. The subordinate was also terrified. Lin Zhongwu and Lin Feng couldn't sit still. Who attacked? Chapter 546. After the leader of the unfalling dynasty died, far away, the leader of another dynasty immediately received the news, and his subordinates immediately passed the news to him. What's going on? What's happening over at the unfalling empire? In the great hall of the heaven-suppressing empire, the middle-aged man sitting on the throne was enraged. Investigate. Investigate for me. We must find out what's going on. All the dynasties in this area have been destroyed by the heaven-suppressing dynasty. The upper echelons of the royal families had all been killed, and the rest had all surrendered and joined the heaven-suppressing dynasty. His Majesty was furious, and the people below immediately began to move. One team after another was sent out, ready to investigate the matter of the fallen empire. If they did not investigate clearly, they would be the ones who would suffer. Everyone knew that His Majesty had a fiery temper and that life and death could be decided in an instant. Who knew how many people had died in the hands of His Majesty? Huang Long, don't be so hot-tempered. Be careful that you don't scare your subordinates. Out of nowhere, a middle-aged man appeared in the main hall with a strange tone. What are you doing here? The yellow dragon on the throne roared. Why can't I come? The hook-nosed middle-aged man said, You've been invading for some time, and the higher-ups sent me here to see if you've completed the mission. It seems that your luck isn't good. You can't even control a small dynasty. Bullsh *T, who said I can't control it. I've already arranged for people to start building the teleportation tower, and it will be completed in a few days. You, on the other hand, scram as far as you can. I don't like to see you. The higher-ups want me to tell you that you must complete the mission within half a month. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. The hook-nosed middle-aged man left behind a long laugh and disappeared into the void. Damn it! Huang Long slammed his palm on the throne, turning it into dust. Just you wait. You just have a good sister. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The boss of the heaven-suppressing empire was Huang Long, and he was in charge of the missions in this region. Men, pass down my order. We're to build with all our might, day and night. If anyone dares to skimp on materials, this king will be the first to destroy him. Huang Long was enraged. Huang Long did not care about being the emperor dynasty at all. In front of such a colossus, the position of emperor was really nothing. If one wanted to be a great duke, they would have to be under one person and above tens of thousands. Only by completing this mission would Huang Long have a chance to achieve all of this. Otherwise, he would only be able to become a small marquis, which was far from enough. This was not what Huang Long wanted. No matter what, this mission must not be messed up. If anyone dared to cause trouble for the Yellow Dragon during a mission, no matter who they were, the Yellow Dragon would annihilate them at the first opportunity. They would also exterminate their entire clan, not even sparing a single chicken or dog. Third brother, Lin Feng, was overjoyed. He rushed out and saw Lin Fei standing at the door. After a moment of shock, the two of them hugged each other. You're already the young clan head. Don't be so mushy. Lin Fei chuckled, lest everyone laughs at you. Just now, when Lin Fei attacked, he killed all the enemies. In the entire dynasty, there was no one worthy of Lin Fei's personal attack. The most powerful ones were all dead. There was almost no need for him to do anything to kill a bunch of brats. Their realms were different. Just a spiritual entrustment would cause them to commit suicide. Lin Feng let go, extremely excited. You become an emperor. When he sensed Lin Fei's aura, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Ever since he became the young clan head, Lin Feng was no longer ignorant. He immediately sensed it. I'm already an emperor now, Lin Fei replied casually. Your cultivation isn't slow either. You're already a mystique venerable one. In more than 10 years, Lin Feng had risen from a lowly level to a mystique venerable one. His talent was not bad at all. Of course, compared to the disciples of the Divine Sword Gate, this cultivation speed was considered slow. Third brother, you're hurting me. Lin Zhongwu and the others were all dumbfounded at this moment. The masters who were guarding the Lin family were at least at the sage level. However, in the blink of an eye, they were all dead. It was difficult to digest this news. Lin Fei, the genius disciple of a former branch, had already become an emperor. Before them, even a little aura was enough to make them feel immense pressure. It was as if he did not even need to move a finger to kill them. One look was all it took to kill them. The heavens have opened their eyes. Lin Zhongwu felt very fortunate. Fortunately, we cleaned up Lin Wufa's line back then. Otherwise, the Lin family would have lost a master. Lin Zhongwu was a great perfection saint and was only one step away from becoming an emperor. He could guarantee that among all the emperors he had met, Lin Fei was the most powerful. That aura alone made him feel suffocated. Perhaps Lin Fei's strength was not only at the level of an emperor. Lin Zhongwu had a guess. In more than 10 years, Lin Fei's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. They had wanted to resist him, but Lin Fei had killed them all in an instant when he returned. Lin Zhongwu could not do this. The entire Lin family might not be able to do it. Lin Fei was already standing at a level that they could not reach. This was something they could not have imagined back then. In more than 10 years, no matter how talented he was, he would probably only be at the mystique venerable one level. Even if Lin Zhongwu died now, he would not let down his ancestors. It was because of his wise decision back then that he would be able to create a huge family in the future. Lin Fei, it's great that you're back. Lin Zhongwu greeted him with a smile. Lin Fei nodded. From the last time they met, he could feel the reverence in the old clan leader's tone. 10 years ago, he might have been reverent, but 10 years later, he no longer needed reverence. Instead, it was the old clan leader's turn. As the saying goes, 10 years east, 10 years west. No one could predict the future in this world. Because of this, Lin Fei met them for a while and chatted for a while before leaving. He asked Lin Feng to bring him to see his parents. Lin Jintian was no longer the clan leader. He did not have to worry about anything in the Lin family. His strength had unknowingly increased. Although it was not as fast as Lin Feng, he had at least reached the Xianzong initial stage. When he saw that Lin Fei had returned, he was immediately elated. Little brat, you're finally willing to come back. It had to be said that Lin Jintian's temper was still the same as before. Even though Lin Fei had grown up, he was still a little brat in his eyes. Lin Fei chuckled. This was the most considerate feeling. Third brother. A young girl walked out. Her eyes were big, and she looked like a curious baby. Little sister. Lin Fei immediately recognized that this was his younger sister, Lin Yan. The cute little girl from back then had now become a beautiful young lady. Lin Yan giggled. Third brother. Lin Fei did not have a sister in his previous life. He was happier than anyone to have a sister in this life. Come here. Third brother has prepared something good for you. With a wave of his hand, a white spiritual treasure appeared and fell into Lin Yan's hand. This is a high-rank, mysterious spiritual treasure. If you refine it, you can even block an emperor for a while. Lin Yan was dumbfounded. Even Lin Jintian was surprised. Quickly take it back. This thing is too precious. A high-rank, mysterious spiritual treasure. They had only heard of it in their lives. They had never seen it before. This was too precious. Lin Yan was only at the profound spirit initial stage. Wouldn't this make people hate her? Father, the continent is not peaceful now. I can't stay here forever. With a mysterious spiritual treasure to protect me, I can be at ease. Lin Fei smiled. I have many mysterious spiritual treasures of this level. You don't have to feel bad. When the time comes, you will all have them. Third brother is the best. Lin Yan rushed up and kissed him. Lin Fei was speechless. Where did he learn this trick? Lin Fei easily helped his little sister make the mysterious, heavenly spiritual treasure recognize her as its owner, causing Lin Jintian to feel very helpless. Son, You don't know how noisy little Yin is. Now that she has the mysterious heavenly spiritual treasure, if she doesn't become the little demoness, then she will really be lawless. I only have a little sister. If I don't treat her well, who will? Lin Fei disagreed. I like my little sister to be happy every day. Anyway, if anything happens, I will take care of it as her big brother. There is nothing to worry about. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, Lin Fei could feel from their bloodline that he loved his little sister very much. Perhaps it was because he had received a lot of information on Earth. Girls should be raised well to prevent them from being kidnapped. Lin Fei wanted to raise his little sister into a demoness. In the future, if anyone dared to have any ideas about her, they would have to see if they were worthy. Lin Jintian felt helpless. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. Who would want to raise their daughter to be the apple of their eyes? Big brother, second brother, these are for you. Lin Fei had killed many loose immortal experts. He did not lack mysterious spiritual treasures. In a place like the Fallen Empire, it was very difficult to obtain a mysterious spiritual treasure. However, for the current Lin Fei, he did not lack profound heaven spiritual treasures. In any case, he could get all sorts of armor for free. When mysterious spiritual treasures were taken out one by one, Big Brother and Second Brother were surprised. After all, they had never owned a mysterious spiritual treasure. Seeing their little sister have one, they were already very envious. These are all for us. You can divide them among yourselves. Lin Fei said with a smile. Second brother is the patriarch, so you can choose more. In the future, you can use them to protect yourself. I will only be at ease when you are safe. They did not doubt Lin Fei's words at all. They also did not ask where these mysterious spiritual treasures came from. They only understood that as long as Lin Fei was alive, he would be the pillar of their family. Lin Jintian and his wife also had mysterious spiritual treasures to protect them. Lin Fei was very concerned about the safety of his family. The Fallen Empire was gone. The movements in the continent were getting bigger and bigger. He was glad that he came back. If he fell into the hands of others, he would not be able to do anything. Now that he came back, Lin Fei did not want to see any accidents and take the entire family away. The Fallen Empire was completely gone. Continuing to stay here was not a good thing. Chapter 547. Lin Fei first ensured the safety of his family. At least for a short period of time, those experts would not be able to do anything to them. This meant that there was enough time. With enough time, Lin Fei would not have to worry about anything happening, and there would be a chance to turn back. Any expert, as long as they could not act immediately, Lin Fei's divine sense could cover millions of li. It was not for show, and he could kill them immediately. First, his parents, big brother, second brother, and little sister. After fixing them up, he took out some profound heaven spiritual treasures and gave them to the elders of the family to increase their strength. This was something that was quite necessary. Lin Fei was not an ignorant person. With his own people guaranteed, the others also had to benefit. This was a responsibility. Fortunately, he did not need to be responsible for this. Second brother Lin Feng became the young family head, and everything would be handled by him. As for integrating the family into the sect, Lin Fei temporarily did not have this idea. These things could be discussed in the future, and there was no hurry to do it. When Lin Fei took out a large pile of profound heaven spiritual treasures, true treasures, and the like, the Lin family was shocked once again. The first time was because of Lin Fei's powerful strength, and the second time was because of the large number of true treasures and profound heaven spiritual treasures. This would be a huge value. In the end, they were people from a small place, and their family could not be compared to others. True treasures and profound heaven spiritual treasures were not seen many. The former was fine, but the latter was probably not seen in their lifetime. Spirit treasures were also rare things. For a family, having spirit treasures was equivalent to having a magnificent army, and it was very significant. But now, seeing the mountain of true treasures and spirit treasures, their eyes were almost dazzled. Fortunately, they did not lose their reason and rush up to snatch. As for how it would be distributed, Lin Fei did not care. He did not need to deal with this. In any case, Lin Feng would deal with it, and it would strengthen the family strength. In fact, even without these true treasures and profound heaven spiritual treasures, they would be infinitely united around second brother Lin Feng. But Lin Fei felt that he still needed some stimulation. After leaving this matter behind, Lin Fei went to see the monster that had come out of the great Emperor Senfu. It was precisely because of their protection that the Lin family had been able to remain safe until now. They had played a significant role, and according to reason, they had to pay a visit to them. Seeing that Lin Fei had returned with such power, the two leaders of the demonic beasts were shocked. They rejoiced in their hearts that they hadn't attacked back then. If they didn't kill this kind of person, he would become a great enemy in the future. Now, they had finally seen it for themselves. In just a little more than 10 years, he had already become so powerful. In another 100 years, he might even become a celestial immortal and fly up to the heaven realm. Now that Lin Fei had returned and was going to take his family away, he had asked for their opinions. Whether they rejected or agreed, Lin Fei would agree with their decision. After thinking about it, the two leaders decided to leave, especially after hearing about the changes on the continent. Lin Fei released them and canceled the Heavenly Tao Oath. Without the Heavenly Tao Oath, they could leave with peace of mind. The two leaders didn't expect that Lin Fei would cancel it so easily. The suspicions in their hearts suddenly vanished, making them feel very guilty. After sending off the two leaders, Lin Fei set up a formation outside the Lin family. Lin Fei had some things to deal with for the time being. He couldn't leave for a few days, so he set up a formation to defend against the incoming enemies. Shanha County. Lin Fei directly went to Shanha County. When he arrived at Shanha County, he found that the entire county had been turned into ruins. It was a lifeless place. Lin Fei had a bellyful of anger, but nowhere to vent it. His powerful divine sense spread out to search, but he couldn't find a single living person. Yunxiang, what happened in Shanha County? While Lin Fei was at a loss, he released Yunxiang. Shanha County is also destroyed. Yunxiang was also shocked. Seeing Lin Fei's expression, he knew what had happened. The golden phoenix of Shanha County's biggest power, Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, was Lin Fei's woman. Now that Shanha County was destroyed, it would be strange if senior brother Lin Fei wasn't angry. You're more familiar with this place. Think about it. Who did it? Lin Fei also didn't know who did it. Logically speaking, Shanha County is a small place. They shouldn't have done it. Yunxiang frowned. Then a thought popped up in his mind, and his expression changed. Junior brother, did you remember something? Lin Fei saw Yunxiang's expression change and asked hurriedly. The other powers of the Luo dynasty shouldn't have done it. The only one worth killing is the War God sect. Yunxiang said, a group of mysterious experts appeared in the War God sect. Maybe it was them. The only one worth killing is Miss Golden Phoenix. War God sect. Lin Fei's killing intent was revealed. Let's go. Whether it was the War God sect or not, they destroyed the Divine Force sect. Lin Fei had to take action. It was fine if Golden Phoenix wasn't here, but if she was, he would kill them all. Lin Fei brought Yunxiang through the void. When they appeared again, they were already in the War God sect's territory. A team from the War God sect. When Lin Fei appeared, he immediately saw a team of disciples with the War God sect's insignia embroidered on their chests. Just as he was worrying about where to find the War God sect's disciples, Lin Fei rushed up and killed the entire team, leaving the leader behind. He directly used the soul-searching art. It's really them. Lin Fei's killing intent surged. From the leader's memories, Lin Fei knew the ins and outs. It turned out that the War God sect's crown prince had fallen in love with Golden Phoenix. If he didn't dare to do it before, then after the Divine Force sect was destroyed, this crown prince would bring people to do it. If Lin Fei had arrived a day earlier, he might have been able to stop it. But now, he was brought to the War God sect by the crown prince. When Yunxiang saw Lin Fei's furious expression, he didn't dare to ask. He knew that the War God sect was in trouble. However, he still reminded, Senior brother, the War God sect's mysterious experts are very powerful. I think we should take our time to think about it. Lin Fei coldly snorted. No matter how powerful the mysterious experts are, as long as they aren't high-level loose immortals, I can kill them. Yin Xiang had always believed that Lin Fei's strength had reached a terrifying level, but he didn't expect that his combat strength would be so strong. High-level loose immortals were 7th tribulation loose immortals. Lin Fei originally wanted to send Yin Xiang back to the battleship, but then he thought about it and took out the battleship. This is the method to control the battleship. If the War God sect dares to attack the Divine Force sect, then use this battleship to take revenge. This battleship was a profound heaven spiritual treasure battleship that had been plundered from someone else. Its defense alone could block a low-level loose immortal's attack. At the same time, the battleship had its own offensive spell formation, which was equivalent to a first-class killing weapon. Many thanks, Senior Brother. None of the Divine Force sect's disciples who had survived weren't angry. Now that they had a chance to take revenge, their eyes turned red. Enemy attack. When a black battleship flew over with a murderous aura, relying on its powerful collision force and rapid speed, the War God sect disciples were smashed to pieces before they could even give a warning. This is so cool. Yun Xiang stood at the bow of the ship. This battleship is too flashy. If our sect had a battleship like this, we wouldn't have been slaughtered. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the huge collision force of the battleship crushed everything in its path. Everywhere the War God sect's disciples passed, none of them survived. Very quickly, Lin Fei, Zhang Wan, and the others appeared in front of the War God sect's mountain gate. At this time, the War God sect had long since changed its previous posture. Just the mountain gate itself was grand and majestic, especially the tall War God, the founder of the War God sect, Taoist War God. They are the remnants of the Divine Force sect. Kill them. A group of people from the War God sect rushed out and immediately recognized the people on the battleship. They were the remnants of the Divine Force sect that they had been chasing all along. They didn't expect them to take the initiative to come to them. That battleship is amazing. You guys go up and trap it. An elder from the War God sect revealed a greedy look. Although he didn't know where the Divine Force sect got such a battleship from, it didn't matter. Anyway, it would belong to the War God sect sooner or later. Lin Fei already had a belly full of anger. Where is Zhan Xiaofeng? This Zhan Xiaofeng was the crown prince of the War God sect. Lin Fei took a step forward, and the statue of Taoist War God in front of him turned into dust. He grabbed with his hand, and the mountain gate formation that had always been the protective umbrella of the War God sect was broken. That elder also landed in Lin Fei's hand. Who are you? Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, and the elder was immediately crushed. He turned to Yin Xiang and said, "You guys come up behind me. I'll go in first." Bang, 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 sword intent filled the air, and every sword intent killed an enemy. Suddenly, Lin Fei entered an unstoppable state. Lin Fei is too powerful. Yeah, I'm afraid these people don't even have the interest of Senior Brother Lin Fei. Lin Fei rushed in, and whoever blocked his way was directly killed by the sword intent. Now that the invincible sword intent covered the surroundings, it was really a killing weapon. You are really daring. The War God sect was full of experts, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were nothing. Lin Fei pointed with his finger, and the person's body exploded. A mere Emperor stage cultivator dared to show off? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with this kind of person. Although he didn't know where the Golden Phoenix was, Lin Fei's powerful divine sense swept out. He didn't conceal his powerful divine sense, and it directly swept through the entire War God sect. When this divine sense swept out, the entire War God sect was shocked. Especially in the main hall, a group of black-clothed people were discussing, each of them emitting a strange and evil aura. What a powerful divine sense. Who exactly came to the War God sect? A high-level loose immortal? That's impossible. According to our investigation, there are no high-level loose immortals in this area. There are only a few low-level loose immortals living in seclusion, and we've almost cleared them all out. Let's go out and meet this expert. Let's see what gives him the right to act so atrociously in the war god sect. These black-clothed people had strange auras, and they didn't fear the opponent. There were few experts in this area. If the opponent tactfully left, they might not do anything. But if he didn't leave, they didn't mind killing this expert. They had the strength to deal with him. Zhang Xiaofeng. Chapter 548. Zhang Xiaofeng had been in high spirits recently. First of all, his strength had risen along the way. Even though he had paid a price, he had finally become an emperor-stage powerhouse that everyone respected. In this continent, he was completely qualified to establish his own sect, become a sect leader, and become famous. Apart from that, the second good thing was that their enemy, the Divine Martial Sect, had finally been destroyed. Why did it have to be said that? It was simple. 10 years ago, the Divine Martial Sect had a genius disciple. His performance in the Dynasty War was extraordinary. After he joined the Divine Sword Sect, the Divine Martial Sect's strength increased greatly. As for the Divine War Sect, they had been suppressed everywhere. If not for the fact that they had swallowed everything, they would have long been swallowed up. More than 10 years had passed, and they had thought that they would never be able to defeat the Divine Force Sect. Who would have thought that one day they would be able to annihilate the Divine Force Sect and even kill their sect master? Wasn't this something to be happy about? The third good thing was that he had finally caught Jin Feng, whom he had chased for 3 years. Zhang Xiaofeng felt that there was nothing more happy than this. Jin Feng, the master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, the #1 sect in the Unfalling Dynasty. Compared to Tianxia, this strong woman had even expanded her power to another dynasty. Following the destruction of the Divine Martial Sect and the annihilation of the Unfalling Dynasty's royal family, Zhang Xiaofeng personally brought people to capture Jin Feng and even killed most of the high-ranking members of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Then, he devoured the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, turning it into one of his major forces. Jin Feng, you don't need to struggle. You are destined to be my woman. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Jin Feng arrogantly. Your subordinate has betrayed you. You have lost the right to speak to me. I will not force you. I will grind away your willpower, and finally, you will voluntarily become my woman. Dream on. Jin Feng was the same as before. She wore a black battle robe, looking valiant and valiant. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She had been in power for a long time. Zhang Xiaofeng did not mind. A woman like Jin Feng was different from other women. He could not use force. To deal with a woman like Jin Feng, he had to break her willpower. When her willpower was broken and she lost her spiritual support, Jin Feng would be in despair. I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Xiaofeng laughed. Your strength has already been sealed. You can't even commit suicide. This young master has plenty of time. If 10 years isn't enough, then 100 years. This young master can afford it. As for you wanting that man of yours to return, I advise you to forget about it. He has probably already forgotten about you. Provoke the other party. Zhang Xiaofeng might not be good at other things, but he was very good at playing with women. He had summed up a set of experiences, continuously experimenting and verifying, and was able to find the right medicine for almost every woman. Even if he couldn't tame a woman like Jin Feng in this short period of time, Zhang Xiaofeng enjoyed the pleasure of taming her. Zhang Xiaofeng would only feel satisfied when women were tamed one by one. What he pursued was the enjoyment of the mind. As for the body, that was secondary. In Zhang Xiaofeng's words, women were all the same. There is no difference, but the joy of taming them was different. Some women, you can use threats. Some women, you can use material. Some women, you can use sweet words and honeyed words. Some women. Among them, Jin Feng was the one that Zhang Xiaofeng was the most infatuated with. From the first time he saw her, he had set her as his goal to tame. But at that time, this woman was too domineering. The Unfalling Dynasty was famous for being domineering. Zhang Xiaofeng could only hide his thoughts in his heart. Now, it could finally be realized. He won't. Jin Feng's gaze was resolute. Your sowing discord is useless against me. Don't place your dirty thoughts on me. I would rather die than submit. Jin Feng had always lived for a man in her heart. She belonged to this man, the man who had been waiting for her to return. Zhan Xiaofeng. A loud rumble reverberated through the entire gate of War God. As an Emperor realm expert, Zhan Xiaofeng was not afraid of anything, especially in the gate of War God. Who would dare to barge in? Who? The loud rumble caused Zhan Xiaofeng's hair to stand. A sense of danger enveloped his body. Kacha! A black-robed man appeared before him. The other party stretched out a hand. That hand seemed to contain the entire world. All his paths of retreat were sealed. He felt a sharp pain in his throat, and he lost the strength to move. Who are you? Let me go. Zhan Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed. That powerful killing intent caused his spirit to collapse. In terms of killing intent, Lin Fei's killing intent was invincible. Zhan Xiaofeng, who had relied on external help, had a weak spirit. How could he withstand Lin Fei's immense killing intent? I'm the man you were talking about just now. Lin Fei carried Zhan Xiaofeng like a little puppy. He came before Jin Feng and struck out with a single hand. The seal on Jin Feng's body was released. You're back. Jin Feng felt as if she was dreaming. That man who had left to roam the world had finally appeared once again. Although a long time had passed, his appearance was the same as before. It was just that his face had a more mature aura. You are my woman. Of course I have to come back. I know. You are Lin Fei. Zhan Xiaofeng remembered. You dared to barge into the gate of War God. If you know what's good for you, let me go immediately. Otherwise, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Zhan Xiaofeng had no idea how terrifying Lin Fei was. After a short moment of panic, he was filled with confidence. He knew that the gate of War God had another batch of experts, all of whom were in the rogue immortal realm. Rogue immortals could kill countless of him with a single move. Zhan Xiaofeng was very relaxed. He wasn't worried that Lin Fei would dare to attack him unless he didn't want to live anymore. That kind of situation wouldn't happen. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. He sealed Zhan Xiaofeng's strength and stepped on him. You will soon find out what you don't want to see the most. Let me go. Zhan Xiaofeng screamed. He didn't even notice Lin Fei's expression. I feel like I'm dreaming. Jin Feng was a strong woman in the eyes of others. But in front of Lin Fei, she was just a little girl. The scene of the past kept coming back to her. Jin Feng threw herself into Lin Fei's embrace. Only when she smelled that long-lost scent did she feel that everything was so real. Lin Fei patted Jin Feng's back lightly. You're not dreaming. In the future, we can see each other every day. We won't have to suffer from lovesickness anymore. Lin Fei felt that he owed Jin Feng a lot. He had left for more than 10 years. He left Jin Feng to control a huge faction. He also developed the Golden Breeze Drizzle building into the #1 faction in the dynasty. He even expanded it to another dynasty. Lin Fei was moved by such perseverance. She could endure it for more than 10 years. Thinking about himself, it was too outrageous. He felt very guilty. Whoosh, 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 in a short while, many figures appeared in the sky above the hall. Who are you? Let Zhan Xiaofeng go. A middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhan Xiaofeng flew up and stared at Lin Fei. Father, save me. Zhan Xiaofeng finally saw hope. He's Lin Fei. Kill him. Seeing that his father had come with experts, Zhan Xiaofeng could almost see Lin Fei dying in front of him. So what if he had the strength of an emperor? In the end, he would still die in the War God sect. You're Lin Fei of the Divine Martial Sect. Zhan Qian revealed a look of surprise, followed by killing intent. Let my son go before I get angry. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this place today. As the sect master of the War God sect, Zhan Qian's control was not as good as before. The War God sect's strength continued to grow, and they even destroyed the Divine Martial Sect. Their disciples either died or surrendered, reaching a new height. Zhan Qian knew of Lin Fei. He was a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. Later on, he went to the Sword God sect. It was said that his talent was outstanding and his evaluation was dangerous. It was normal for a small dynasty to not know much about the matters above. Lin Fei hugged Jin Feng. Don't move. With me here, no one can hurt you today. Be good and listen to me. Then his gaze landed on Zhan Qian. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, you can go on your way. Kill yourself. Kill myself? Zhang Qian wanted to say that he was joking. He was an unaffiliated immortal. Even though he was only a tribulation unaffiliated immortal, he was still an unaffiliated immortal. If he killed himself just because you asked him to, did he think he was a god? Smack! Zhang Qian really killed himself. He fell from the sky and killed himself. Ah, father! Zhang Xiaofeng screamed. He did not expect that his father would die so quickly and in front of him. You kill my father. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot. Lin Fei looked at them coldly. If your sect of war god had behaved yourself, I wouldn't have done anything to you. Everything was because your sect had crossed my bottom line. Letting your father commit suicide is already letting him off easy. As for you, you can just disappear from this world. Not just anyone can touch my woman. Not people like you, not others. Boom! A burst of flames burst forth from Zhang Xiaofeng's body, burning him to death. In just a few breaths of time, no one could react. From today onwards, Zhang Xiaofeng would no longer exist in this continent. He had truly disappeared. Just now, Lin Fei had burned Zhang Xiaofeng to death with a divine fire. Even his primordial spirit had been burned to death. Soldiers could be reincarnated, and when they reincarnated, they could regain their memories. But if the primordial spirit was destroyed and burned by the divine fire, there would be no more primordial spirit power left. Jin Feng suddenly felt that her man was very tall. A high and mighty, unaffiliated immortal, an emperor, had been killed just like that. They couldn't even resist. Strong, too strong. The elder who had always been following Zhang Qian was furious. The death of their sect master was something they couldn't even react to. The genius of the divine martial sect is indeed capable. The man in black who had been standing behind Zhang Qian didn't seem to be affected by Zhang Qian's death. I killed your dog. Don't you want revenge? Lin Fei, your talent is not bad. I wouldn't care even if you killed 100 of Zhang Qian. The leader of the men in black said indifferently. However, you killed someone in front of us. This is not good. On account of your talent, if you pledge allegiance to us and become a spy of the Divine Sword sect, I can pretend that this never happened. You want me to become your spy and help you pass on the inside information of the Divine Sword sect? Lin Fei laughed at himself. That's right. The man continued. You are qualified to be our spy. We will use resources to raise your strength. At that time, controlling the entire Divine Sword sect will be a piece of cake. That is a position that is below only one person and above tens of thousands. You will never be able to reach that position in your lifetime. As long as you join us, that position will be within your reach. Lin Fei touched his nose. So my spy is worth so much money. Then can you tell me what kind of power you are? That way, I can have an idea in my heart in case I choose the wrong target. I can't just join you because of a word, right? That would be too stupid of me. The leader of the men in black was gloomy. Obviously, he was not so easy to deceive. Your strength is not bad, but you met us today. As long as you agree to become our spy, we will let bygones be bygones. It doesn't matter if Zhang Qian and his son are dead. I will give you 10 breaths to answer. Otherwise, we will personally kill you and leave you here. The first time they saw Lin Fei, they actually wanted to kill Lin Fei. However, as they easily killed Zhang Qian, they found a second way, which was to become spies of the Divine Sword sect. As for the previously thought that his divine sense was powerful, they did not take it to heart. They thought that it was an expert who happened to pass by and used his divine sense to check on this place. They were not willing to provoke a suspected high-level individual immortal. It was not worth fighting with such an expert. Perhaps they would be the ones to suffer losses. At that time, they would have to mobilize experts to keep watch, which was completely inappropriate. Don't even think about it. I will not become your spy. Lin Fei shook his head and refused. He had wanted to ask some questions so that he could understand something. However, they were too cunning. As for you, I can give you 2 choices. Either you die, or you tell us the power behind you. You can choose one. The leader of the men in black laughed loudly. It was a smile that looked at the other party's stupidity. Since you have chosen the other path, then you can stay. If they could not come to an agreement, then they would kill. Although it was a pity that they had lost an opportunity to plant a spy, it was not a big deal. In any case, they did not lack such a spy. Kill. Vacuum vortex. As soon as the leader made his move, huge vortexes appeared in the sky. Each powerful vortex formed a powerful airflow that crushed the space. Just this move alone showed that this man in black was very powerful. You want to use this attack to kill people? Lin Fei snorted coldly. His fingers formed a sword. Sword art, reincarnation. Whoosh! Ever since he learned the great reincarnation art from Shangwan Hong, Lin Fei easily integrated it into his sword art. A huge hole appeared in the reincarnation vortex, disintegrating the opponent's vacuum vortex one by one and enveloping the group of men in black. Heaven and Earth Furnace. The huge furnace flew out, surrounded by divine fire. The surrounding area was instantly turned into a piece of flatland, a piece of ruins. Chapter 549. My back hurts so much that I can't write. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow. Chapter 550. P.S. I woke up early in the morning to write. Coupled with the arrival of the typhoon, heavy rain, and thunder, I am really worried that there will be a power outage. Seeing that I am so diligent, please give me a few monthly tickets to encourage me so that I can finish 10 chapters today. If you can give me a small tip, that would be the best. Using the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei could already move his mind at will. His strong control brought them into the inner space directly. This is the divine flame. The leader's expression changed as he recognized the raging flame at first glance. Lin Fei was very surprised. I didn't know that you guys were not simple. I didn't expect the divine flame to recognize you. Lin Fei had used the divine flame to kill people several times, but no one could recognize it. Instead, these men in black with weird auras could be recognized at first glance. If Lin Fei still suspected that they were ordinary forces, then he was very wrong. I didn't expect that you would have the legendary divine flame. You will be our biggest obstacle. You are destined to have no peace and will not be able to survive on the continent. The leader of the group laughed sinisterly, and his whole body exploded with a bang. The black-clothed men behind him also exploded. They all self-destructed in front of Lin Fei. If not for the self-destruction of the loose immortals in the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei would also be in a mess, especially with Jin Feng by his side. They have all committed suicide. Jin Feng was shocked. The Golden Phoenix was aware of the strength of these men in black. Each one of them was a legendary loose immortal. She had never imagined that they would commit suicide right after saying those words. What a pity! Lin Fei shook his head. This was a mystery that he couldn't solve. He could have solved it this time, but with their self-destruction, he lost all clues. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel regret. From this, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The force behind this was not ordinary. At least they could recognize the divine flame at first glance. Most importantly, they chose to self-destruct decisively. This kind of determination was not something that ordinary people could do. Lin Fei opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing the remaining quintessential essence. Even if the furnace exploded, the remaining true essence would not dissipate. It was destined to become Lin Fei's. He reappeared in the main hall. Lin Fei's powerful divine sense swept out. Zhang Wen Yunxiang had used his powerful battleship to kill his way in. Almost no one could stop him, especially this group of mysterious black-robed men who had self-destructed one after another. They had completely lost the power to stop him. The War God sect brought this upon themselves. Lin Fei knew that the War God sect was doomed. Since they had chosen this outcome, they would have to accept the other outcome sooner or later. Either they would be destroyed by others, or they would be enslaved by others. Lin Fei personally refined some of the remaining experts in the House of War God. The mysterious black-robed man had committed suicide, and the loss was not small. Therefore, even though some of the Emperor-level experts in the War God sect were not considered much, mosquito meat was still a kind of meat. They had to make do with it. At least their efforts were not in vain. 2 hours later, the War God sect suffered heavy casualties. Almost none of the upper echelons were left. They were either killed or escaped. The disciples below were all killed by the warship. The might of a profound heaven spiritual treasure was not something that a low-level cultivator could withstand. Master, we've finally avenged you. Elder Zhang threw his head back and laughed. The other disciples were the same. All of them had injuries on their bodies. Senior brother, it's really all thanks to you this time. Yunxiang flew over. Lin Fei smiled. There's no need to say such polite words. If I had returned earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Yunxiang was very clear that if Lin Fei hadn't made a move today, the mysterious black-robed man would have attacked. Even with the warship, they might not have been able to kill their way in. You can't be blamed for this. Yunxiang said, we can only blame ourselves for not destroying the war god sect back then. We left them to grow into a scourge. In this regard, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. He could only say that everything was fated. The mysterious black-robed man had invaded. They could support the war god sect, but they could also support another power. It was the same no matter where they were. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's confidence, he wouldn't have given them the chance to self-destruct. He had lost a chance to understand the power behind the scenes. The war god sect had been destroyed. Lin Fei, Yunxiang, and the others went to the sect of battle god's treasury to search. There weren't many cultivation resources inside, especially materials. They couldn't find any. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the things in the treasury, so he gave them to Yunxiang and the others. Every time he killed a loose immortal, Lin Fei would obtain a large number of treasures. The collection of a loose immortal was far more valuable than the war god sect. Junior brother, what do you plan to do next? Lin Fei asked Yunxiang after making an inventory. Martial uncle and I plan to collect the disciples who are wandering outside first. Yunxiang thought about it. We can't let them continue wandering outside. We'll think of something when the time comes. Lin Fei said to Yunxiang, the upper continent hasn't been peaceful recently. The unfalling dynasty has been destroyed, so it's best for you guys to move to another place. They'll send more people here sooner or later. You guys won't be in a good position if you stay here. I have a friend in Sin Paradise. You guys can go there. At least your safety will be guaranteed. The unfalling dynasty was gone, and Lin Fei had destroyed this group of mysterious black-clothed men. It was impossible for the other party not to send people to investigate. They would definitely come back, and from the bottom of his heart, he did not want Yunxiang and the others to continue staying here. Yunxiang was a decisive person. Lin Fei's words were reasonable. Staying here was just looking for trouble. It was necessary for them to leave. Sin Paradise? It seems like Yunxiang was a little worried. You could go find a power like the Mythology Tower. Lin Fei said, I'll leave this battleship for you. It'll be safer on the way there. Ordinary people won't dare to have any ideas. Hang this on the battleship when you reach Sin Paradise. Lin Fei took out the Mythology Tower's flag. He had brought it with him casually, but he didn't expect to use it so soon. Senior brother, how can I do that? Yunxiang said, it's fine. I still have it. Lin Fei smiled. You don't have to refuse. You can't just go there like this, right? After some refusal, Yunxiang finally accepted it and rowed the battleship to Sin Paradise. Xiaofeng, do you have anyone else in the unfalling dynasty? Lin Fei suddenly asked. If not, we'll leave the unfalling dynasty today. Lin Fei had settled everything that needed to be settled, so it was time for him to leave. One could imagine that after he destroyed the forces here, there would be another group of people. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of any trouble, waiting for them to come up was pointless. Jin Feng shook her head. No, but I still have to deal with some people. Who do you want to deal with? I'll go with you. After killing Zhang Xiaofeng, Lin Fei sensed anger from Xiaofeng. It was good to vent her anger now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for her cultivation in the future. Jin Feng wanted to deal with the traitors of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Zhang Xiaofeng had used all kinds of means to rope in some of the higher-ups of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, overthrowing Jin Feng's authority from the inside. For a strong woman, this was the most unbearable thing. Now that she had regained her freedom, the first thing she wanted to do was to take revenge and kill those who had betrayed her. When Jin Feng reappeared in front of those people, The elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were in disbelief, especially when they saw Lin Fei. Their faces turned pale. Those elders knew clearly how Jin Feng had gotten her position in the first place. He had used absolute force to help Jin Feng get to this position. They knew very well about Lin Fei's means. But he had never thought that this terrifying man would come back with an undefeatable strength. Jin Feng had nothing to discuss with these traitors. She killed all of them. As for the people below her, she didn't care about them. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Fei comforted her. Very uncomfortable. Jin Feng nodded. I helped them to this position, but they still betrayed me. You don't have to think too much. You could develop the Golden Breeze Drizzle building to this level. You are more powerful than anyone else. If you don't feel satisfied, I will hand over my force to you. I believe you will do better than me. Lin Fei hugged Jin Feng. Jin Feng was startled. No, how can I do that? Why not? The matter of the mythology building had been bothering Lin Fei. When he saw Jin Feng, Lin Fei knew that she was the most suitable candidate. After experiencing that incident, he believed that she would be better in this aspect. As for her strength, this was not a problem at all. Now you have to go back with me and meet your future parents. Jin Feng was a strong woman, but when she heard that she had to meet her parents, her face was full of shyness. After removing that layer of clothing, she was actually a woman, a very traditional woman. Can I? She was nervous and worried, but she didn't show it. Why not? Lin Fei smiled. After my parents see you, they will be very happy. You are beautiful and powerful. Anyone who sees you will like you. But I have a bad reputation. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was second to none in the falling dynasty. It also extended its influence to another dynasty. Jin Feng, the female gang leader, was famous. In addition to her beauty, she was also ruthless. You don't need to think too much. What bad reputation can you have? That's because people respect you. Lin Fei snorted. Let's go back and meet your parents. When Lin Fei brought Jin Feng back, Lin Jintian and his wife were shocked. They were really shocked. Jin Feng was his son's woman. Lin Jintian couldn't imagine that she would be his son's woman. She was a famous strong woman in the falling dynasty. He didn't expect that one day she would become his daughter-in-law. At first, they were shocked, but then they were overjoyed. Although Lin Fei's cultivation speed was fast, there was one thing he cared about the most, and that was when he would bring back a woman. Now, it was good that he didn't bring back a woman, but when he did, it was a strong woman who was as beautiful as a flower. Chapter 551. I didn't expect to have to leave the unfalling dynasty while I'm still alive. On the huge warship, Lin Zhongwu sighed and looked down at the old site of the Lin family. He didn't know when he would be able to return. The situation of the unfalling dynasty no longer allowed them to stay. After Lin Fei returned with Jin Feng, he told Lin Zhongwu about his intentions. They were going to relocate and abandon this place. We can come back in the future. Lin Jintian also sighed. The past few days felt like a dream. He originally thought that his life would be like this, but when Lin Fei returned, everything changed. Those tyrannical fellows were easily destroyed by Lin Fei. The war god sect, which had allied with outsiders to destroy the unfalling dynasty, was also destroyed when Lin Fei appeared. The entire Lin family was moving, and no one dared to say no. Lin Zhongwu had spoken, and his subordinates all agreed. Lin Fei had several warships. With the small population of the Lin family, it was enough to take out 2 warships. After all, the interior of each warship was very large, and it was more than enough to store the people of the Lin family. Let's go. The 2 warships tore through the void at the same time and began long-distance space travel. Ordinary warships couldn't travel through space. Only the Xiantian spiritual treasure level warship in Lin Fei's hands could travel through space. After Lin Fei's family moved, the troops of the Sky Suppressing Dynasty finally arrived. But when they saw the situation of the unfalling dynasty, they were almost dumbfounded. More importantly, the war god sect was destroyed. Something big happened. The leader of the investigation team was so scared that his face turned pale. It didn't matter that the war god sect was destroyed. It also didn't matter that the people who arranged for them were dead. But those mysterious forces had also disappeared. There was only one word to explain it. They were all dead. Such a big thing had happened. If it was spread back, everyone would definitely be alarmed. Investigate, I want to know who did it. The Majestic team immediately began to investigate. If they could find some clues, they could go back and give a reason so that they wouldn't be called incompetent. What? You don't know who did it? After 3 days of continuous investigation, they didn't manage to get anything out of him. The leader sent him flying with a slap. His expression was extremely ugly. Trash. You are all a bunch of trash. You can't even handle such a small matter. What they didn't know was that when Lin Fei left, he deliberately used spirit sustenance to hypnotize everyone. With his tyrannical divine sense, it wasn't troublesome to use it at all. Investigate, continue to investigate. If you can't find anything useful, don't come back to see me. The leader was truly enraged. I'll take advantage of this free time to help you improve your strength. Even if there were battleships traversing through the void, it would still take several days to reach Sin Paradise. Taking advantage of these few days, Lin Fei was ready to improve his strength for his parents, big brother, second brother, Jin Feng, and the others. It was a very necessary thing. Lin Fei did not believe that the words left behind by the black-clothed men were baseless. Those who could recognize the divine flame were definitely not simple people. There were very few people who could recognize at a glance. The power behind them must be very, very powerful. It was completely necessary to improve the strength of his own people first. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might not have the ability to do so. After all, improving one's strength was not an easy matter. It involved many aspects. However, to Lin Fei, it was not a troublesome matter. Son, if it will affect you, then don't do it. Lin Jinqian did not care about strength. The only thing he cared about was not hurting his son because of this. Now, Lin Jinqian was proud to have such a son. As a father, the happiest thing was not how powerful he was, but that his son was more promising than him. Lin Jinqian had never imagined that there would be such a monstrous genius among his ancestors. But now, he had already become a hegemon. Lin Jinqian had never imagined that there would be such a monstrous genius among his ancestors. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. It won't affect me at all. Although he couldn't improve their strength to the monarch realm in one go, Lin Fei was quite confident that he could improve their strength to the sage realm. Split. Lin Fei opened his mouth and spat out dozens of milky white balls of energy. They contained pure, quintessential essence, all of which had been compressed. Ever since he returned from the Saint Hall, Lin Fei was used to compressing true yuan to increase his accumulation. Don't look down on an energy ball. Only Lin Fei could control it easily. Not everyone could control a sky immortal's divine sense. An ordinary person could at most control 1 or 2 energy balls. If it did not control it well, it would cause a huge explosion. And this was only the first step. No one was willing to share their true yuan with others. Lin Fei did not care. His current strength was equivalent to the strength of 100 loose immortals. He surpassed any loose immortal of the same level. A mere bit of true yuan was nothing. Calm your mind and focus on refining. How much you can refine will depend on you. Lin Fei inserted the energy balls into their bodies one by one. Then he sat down cross-legged. His divine sense wandered around each of them, observing their movements to prevent chi deviation. Immovable Wisdom King. An immovable Wisdom King was visualized by Lin Fei. He sat cross-legged in the air and suppressed all uneasiness and instability. The advantage was that they could be like a boulder and focus on refining the energy balls. They did not have to worry about being affected and chi deviation. At the same time, they could refine it step by step and would not have a weak foundation. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort to do this. One day later, Lin Zhongwu was the first to refine it. I didn't expect that I would become a monarch one day. Lin Zhongwu's accumulation was deep enough. This time, he refined the energy balls and advanced to the early stage monarch realm. Even he felt that it was unbelievable. All along, Lin Zhongwu thought that it was good enough that he could become a sage. He didn't expect that he would use Lin Fei's help to reach the monarch realm. Haha, I became a sage. The second was Lin Jintian. His refining speed was not slow, and he also advanced to the late-stage sage. His face was also filled with excitement. The energy balls they refined were all compressed by Lin Fei. Every time he compressed his true essence, the density would not increase. Although he was only at the late-stage sage, if he cultivated some powerful martial arts, it would not be a problem for him to fight against a monarch realm expert. If the true essence that Lin Fei compressed was only raised to this level, it would be too worthless. After Lin Jintian, the others also broke through one after another. Big brother Lin Xiao advanced to the middle stage sage. Second brother Lin Feng advanced to the late stage sage. As for Lin Yin, she was not in a hurry to improve for the time being. Then it was Jin Feng who advanced to the monarch realm in one fell swoop. This was naturally Lin Fei's doing. At the same time, Jin Feng was able to bear it. You better choose one of these martial arts first. Don't be greedy. One martial art is enough for all of you. Lin Fei could learn all kinds of martial arts with the help of the huge system. He didn't need to worry or comprehend them. They were different. If they wanted to learn a martial art, they needed a lot of time to comprehend it. Heaven rank, soul-locking palm. Heaven rank, big collapsing fist. When a heaven rank martial arts appeared in front of them, they had already accepted it. Every move that Lin Fei used was something that ordinary people could do, especially in terms of raising their strength. It was really unimaginable. The realm and strength that they had always thought was difficult to break through in the past seemed so easy and simple now. It was like a country bumpkin coming to a big city. It was completely beyond their imagination. These heaven-rank martial arts were all snatched by Lin Fei from others. He had enough magical power himself. The important thing was that these martial arts were no longer suitable for him. As for the 3,000 immortal arts, Lin Fei would not give them to them for the time being. This kind of immortal art was very difficult to cultivate. When they successfully cultivated heaven-rank martial arts and had a certain foundation, they could cultivate it. At that time, it would save them a lot of trouble. Little Feng, this is the wind and thunder whip that I specially prepared for you. Lin Fei had long prepared a profound, heavenly spiritual treasure for Golden Phoenix. This wind and thunder whip contains the concept of wind and thunder. When it is used, it is extremely overbearing. Ordinary people will not be able to block your whip. It is the most suitable for you. This wind and thunder whip was snatched from a powerful loose immortal. Lin Fei had to spend some effort to kill the other party and obtain this profound heavenly spiritual treasure. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei. The third grade sect mythical sect has been promoted to the second grade sect. Lin Fei instantly felt that his strength had taken a big step forward. He vaguely had the battle strength of a 5 tribulation loose immortal. Previously, Lin Fei's battle strength was around a 4 tribulation loose immortal. However, with the opening of the sect system, he could obtain a part of his strength. In such a short period of time, he had taken such a big step forward. Lin Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that big brother Qi Lian found those old friends? Lin Fei immediately thought of a possibility. Apart from this, there seemed to be no other reason. Good. It seems that the mythical sect has to expand its influence so that my strength can increase quickly. The promotion of a sect was equivalent to the increase of his own strength. Lin Fei had found a shortcut. The current Lin Fei had accumulated too much. With every increase in strength, his battle strength would also increase. This was not an easy thing to do. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei. The mythical sect has been promoted to the second grade sect. Reward: 300 million points, 50 million elemental chi value. Ever since he had the system, Lin Fei had been constantly lacking points. The points in the system had always been few and far between. There were many treasures that he could not purchase. Now that he had 300 million points, Lin Fei suddenly felt that he was rich and overbearing. He could purchase many treasures and did not need to worry about points. Promotion to the second grade sect required 300 million points. This made Lin Fei look forward to the next promotion. How many benefits would the system give him? 500 million or 1 billion? Chapter 552. With the existence of a system, Lin Fei easily grasped these sky-tier martial arts. No matter what martial arts they chose, Lin Fei would be able to guide them, making it easy for them to learn it. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Even though Lin Fei had the system, he couldn't say what he had comprehended. After all, these were two different things. Comprehension was rather complicated and mysterious. It could be said that it couldn't be explained clearly, and it was difficult to express it in words. This was why many absolute arts needed comprehension. After everyone chose their martial arts, Lin Fei explained to them individually what they needed to pay attention to and how to cultivate it. He made sure that they learned the most suitable martial arts. In this world, there is nothing that was not suitable, only something that was more suitable. Suitable martial arts could only be unleashed in their hands. Other unsuitable martial arts might look impressive, but if you couldn't unleash the corresponding martial arts, it would be useless. Luckily, they didn't choose blindly. After their strength had increased, their intelligence and judgment had also improved. They knew very well what they should choose and what they shouldn't choose. Lin Fei quickly explained the contents of the meeting. Then, everyone returned to their own rooms and began to consolidate their strength and cultivate the Tian-class martial arts. Let me see what kind of good stuff the system store has now. After checking with his divine sense and confirming that there were no problems, Lin Fei opened the system store. He believed that this time, he would definitely be able to buy something useful for him. After opening the store, a series of dazzling items appeared, dazzling his eyes. Lin Fei calmed down and didn't continue clicking. What should I start with? He had no choice. There were too many things in the store. After obtaining 300 million points in one go, in addition to the points from before, Lin Fei had about 380 million points on hand. He could definitely choose something suitable. Of course, the premise was that items that were worth more than 1 billion points were temporarily out of Lin Fei's reach. Pills. The first thing Lin Fei considered was the medicinal pill. As of now, pills weren't of much use to Lin Fei. Now that he had the heaven and earth smelt, he could just disregard pills and whatnot. Even if he were to buy them, they would be useless. Lin Fei was the first to give up on medicinal pills. They were of great use to others, but to him, they were of little value. Battle armor? This was also abandoned by Lin Fei. His flesh rebirth had already reached small success, and its defense was even stronger than that of battle armor. Was there still a need for battle armor? Of course, there was nothing he needed. Therefore, this battle armor was also abandoned. Weapon? This. Lin Fei was a little hesitant. The killing sword in his hand was of a very high grade and was currently constantly recovering. He could conclude that as long as he had enough profound heavenly spirit treasures, it should be able to become an immortal sword very quickly. So, I'll just keep this as a backup. After giving up on these things, Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss. What should he choose? Divine power? Secret technique? Lin Fei came up with two other options. Subconsciously, Lin Fei wanted to focus on offensive power. Among the 3,000 immortal arts, Lin Fei had cultivated quite a few. Each of them was shockingly powerful, but he felt that it wasn't enough. His combat power at the quasi-fifth tribulation realm would be even higher when he encountered enemies in the future. It was necessary to increase his combat power. Originally, Lin Fei's first choice was a body-tempering cultivation technique. After cultivating flesh rebirth and experiencing the baptism of the death storm in the death dimension, every cell in Lin Fei's body had grown countless times stronger and could contain more quintessential essence. He gave up on the first body-tempering cultivation technique. From now until he became a sky immortal, Lin Fei didn't need to continue with body-tempering cultivation techniques. Martial arts it is then. Lin Fei clicked on the martial arts section of the shop. Immediately, pieces of martial arts appeared. Heaven, earth profound in yellow. 4 grades appeared. Lin Fei clearly didn't fancy these 4 grades of martial arts. Immortal arts? After 4 grades, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the immortal art section. There were immortal arts for sale in the shop. Previously, Lin Fei's eyes had been fixed on the first few grades. At that time, the system didn't have many points and didn't care about the higher grades. The price was too high and it would be a blow to one's confidence. Therefore, Lin Fei hadn't paid attention to the things at the back. He quickly clicked on the immortal arts section. There were several grades in the immortal arts from low to high. Heaven Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, Immortal Lord, and Immortal Emperor. Heaven Immortal, Air-Shattering Palm. Lin Fei randomly clicked on an immortal art. The first sentence made Lin Fei very disappointed. Heaven Immortal Level Immortal Arts. The cultivator must have immortal power. Seeing this sentence, Lin Fei didn't know what to do. Using immortal power to cast immortal arts seemed to be a matter of course. Looks like there's no way to learn this immortal art. Although Lin Fei really wanted to learn immortal arts, he didn't have immortal power in his body. How was he going to learn immortal arts? Just as Lin Fei was about to give up, an idea flashed in his mind. Who said I don't have immortal power? I almost forgot about it. Lin Fei thought of something. When immortal power was mentioned, it felt very familiar, as if he had experienced it before. Back in immortal space, he was suppressed by Ji Bao perfected and was almost suppressed. Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to absorb immortal power, but he couldn't suppress it. Lin Fei knew that it was because he wasn't strong enough. True essence could be refined, but immortal power was a higher level energy. It wasn't that easy to refine. Lin Fei felt that it was normal that he couldn't refine immortal power for a while. If he had the strength of a 9-tribulation bodiless immortal, he should be able to refine immortal power completely. Since he couldn't refine immortal power, he wondered if he could use it. If he could use immortal power, it would be a killer move. Its power would definitely be earth-shattering. Lin Fei sent his spiritual sense into the heaven and earth smelt and found the suppressed immortal power in a corner. He tried to refine it, but he couldn't after a few days. In the end, he gave up. If he wanted to use immortal arts, he needed immortal power, and immortal power had to enter his body. Looks like I'll have to risk it. Lin Fei was a hard-working person. If he didn't risk it, opportunities wouldn't fall from the sky. He had to fight for it himself. Let me try and see how strong this immortal power is. Lin Fei took out a fist-sized immortal power and sent it into his body. Once this immortal power was suppressed by the god fire, it instantly wreaked havoc in Lin Fei's body. An unbearable pain rose from his heart. His entire body was covered in blood. This immortal power is really overbearing. If my body hadn't reached such an unbelievable realm, that immortal power would have killed me. Lin Fei was shocked. Lin Fei didn't last for long before his body exploded. Immortal power didn't belong to this world. It was violent and destructive. It belonged to the mainstream. Using his flesh rebirth, Lin Fei recovered immediately. He wrapped the immortal power once more. I don't believe that I can't outlast your immortal power. Lin Fei planned to completely merge the immortal power. Even though it would take time, he didn't care about time. If Lin Fei was a true rogue, immortal who didn't pass the tribulation, it would be much easier to merge the immortal power. But he wasn't a rogue, immortal, and couldn't merge the immortal power. If he couldn't fuse with the celestial power, then he could only keep refining and fusing the celestial power with the body. This goose was the only way Lin Fei could find. Pung, pung. In the room, Lin Fei's body kept exploding. Then, he started the long process of merging again. After failing over 1,000 times, the violent celestial force was finally assimilated. Every time the flesh exploded, it would naturally affect the celestial force. After failing over 1,000 times, Lin Fei finally refined the clump of immortal power. With a thought, he controlled it, and his entire body gave off a transcendent aura. Strands of immortal power emerged from his fingers. Not bad, not bad. This immortal power is really strong. Lin Fei was very satisfied. I didn't waste so much time. Maybe those high-level rogue immortals are stronger than mid-level rogue immortals. They should be able to control the immortal power and merge it into their moves. It has a stronger destructive power. Lin Fei's guess was right. Low and mid-stage loose immortals had to be loose immortals themselves. The immortal energy in their bodies was hidden within their flesh and blood and could not be used. But once they became high-stage loose immortals, once their immortal energy reached a certain level, they would be able to control it. That was why high-stage loose immortals were so terrifying. Rogue immortals at the Emperor realm could at most fight mid-level rogue immortals. Any higher, and they would be inferior. They couldn't use immortal power and couldn't fight high-level rogue immortals. This was also why rogue immortals were the strongest existences on this continent. Once they advanced to high-level rogue immortals and survived the tribulation, they could use immortal power. They were truly invincible experts on this continent. It was easy for a high-level rogue immortal to kill hundreds of mid-level rogue immortals. Immortal power was a supreme power. It wasn't something that ordinary people could resist. There were very few people at the Emperor realm like Lin Fei who could control immortal power. But once he refined it, he would be equivalent to stepping into the ranks of high-level rogue immortals. Continue. Lin Fei continued to refine immortal power. It was a long process of training. 5 days later, the warships appeared in the territory of Sin Paradise. Due to the continual wars between the dynasties and empires, Sin Paradise suddenly became the base camp of the villains. All kinds of villains could be seen in the periphery, robbing passers-by. Look, 2 warships appeared in front. Brothers, let's go and rob the warships and kill everyone inside. Just these 2 warships alone will greatly increase our combat power. Kill. Rob the warships. When the 2 warships appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the forces in the periphery of Sin Paradise. Don't underestimate these villains. They all had extraordinary strength. It was just 2 warships. To them, it was just a little troublesome. They could still rob them and make them their spoils of war. However, as soon as they did, a flag appeared in the air above the battleship. As soon as the flag appeared, the vicious people gaped in shock and then fled like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 553. In a short period of time, Sin Paradise's mythology tower had developed rapidly, and its strength had expanded rapidly as well. It had always been a faction that everyone wanted to join. Wasn't the Jibao Tower amazing? They had used their immortal weapons, but so what? They were still destroyed. Most importantly, anyone who became a member of the mythology tower could learn a top-notch technique as long as they were recognized. After this news came out, countless people wanted to join. The mythology tower's movements were huge. They could destroy the Jibao Tower, but the other big shots did not say anything. This showed how terrifying they were. After seeing the mythology tower's flag, these factions did not dare to make a move unless they had a death wish. If they made a move here, their entire faction would be destroyed. In Sin Paradise, the faction that could not be offended the most was the mythology tower. That kid Lin Fei is truly incomparable to the past. On the bow of the warship, Lin Jintian and the others felt their hearts palpitate when they sensed the tyrannical auras. But in the blink of an eye, those people had scattered. They cannot believe what they saw. They've grown up, Lin Zhongwu said. These factions, whose weakest was a mystique venerable, had saints and emperors at every turn, had fled after seeing the flag. This was the first time they had seen it. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they could not imagine how much influence this flag had. Any one of these factions could destroy the fallen empire. Now, for a flag, they had given up on attacking. Just how terrifying was the mythology tower's strength. When the warship stopped in Sin Paradise's plaza, the people who came to receive them all emitted powerful auras, giving them a fright. Every one of them was a peerless savage. But now, all of them were extremely polite, which was quite a shock to Lin Jintian and the others. After disembarking from the warship, someone naturally collected the warship and brought it into the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron. Only after arriving at the Myth Tower did Lin Fei reveal himself, appearing within the Myth Tower. For the time being, he didn't want to reveal any traces of himself to avoid attracting the attention of certain people. I didn't expect you to return so soon. The scarlet refining heavenly demon greeted him, but when it saw Lin Fei, its expression changed. Good lad, you're really a monster. You even refined the immortal power from back then? I thought I could crush you. Lin Fei laughed. If I don't work hard, I'll be bullied by you. In a short period of time, the scarlet refined heavenly demon also advanced from a 6 tribulation scattered immortal to a 7 tribulation scattered immortal. His body emitted immortal chi, and he officially became a high-level scattered immortal. Many experts must have been devoured. The stronger Lin Fei was, the happier the Qi Lian heavenly demon was. You're back just in time. I was just about to introduce an old friend to you. I was a little worried at first, but now you don't have to worry anymore. Father, go and rest with him first. I'll come over later. Lin Fei turned and said to his father, Lin Jintian, I'll take a look around this place. I've never seen the inside of a celestial artifact. Lin Jintian said with a smile. On their way here, they had heard that the place they were currently at was a celestial artifact, a high-grade celestial artifact at that. Immediately, someone came out and brought Lin Jintian and the rest away. Xiao Feng, come with me. Since Lin Fei had the intention to let Jin Feng control the Mythology Tower's forces, he naturally had to let Jin Feng gain some experience so that she could have a better understanding of everyone. It won't affect you, right? Jin Feng was still a little nervous. Ever since they came in, those subordinates were all mystic venerables of the mystic sect, giving Jin Feng a lot of pressure. Bullish asterisk T, how can it affect me? Lin Fei pulled Jin Feng. Big brother Qi Lian, this is your sister-in-law. Don't be too stingy. You brat, you only know how to extort your big brother. The Qi Lian heavenly demon laughed. Sister-in-law is really beautiful. In the future, pay attention to this guy so that he doesn't sneak out to eat. If he dares to bully you, just tell Big Brother. Big Brother will back you up. Jin Feng was flattered. She knew that this black-clothed, burly man in front of her was a legendary high-level loose immortal. Unexpectedly, he called her man brother. Big Brother doesn't have anything good to give. This is a first-grade battle armor. It just so happens to be worn by women. Wearing this battle armor, it can withstand 3 attacks from a mid-level loose immortal. A battle armor could withstand 3 attacks from a mid-level loose immortal. One could imagine how precious it was. Most importantly, it was worn by women. Thus, it had to be special. Lin Fei bluntly accepted it. No need to be polite with him. I can rest assured after you refine this thing. In terms of battle armor, Lin Fei also had a lot. There were not many suitable for women. The battle armor given by the Qi Lian heavenly demon was the most suitable. Thank you, Big Brother. Jin Feng also mustered up her courage. You brat, do you really think that Big Brother is a bottomless pit? If this goes on, sooner or later, I will become poor. Inside a small space, there were all kinds of flowers in full bloom, forming a scene of hundreds of flowers in full bloom. This place was a space inside the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron. As mentioned before, the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron belonged to an auxiliary immortal tool. Different from an offensive immortal tool, the auxiliary role occupied most of the space inside. Otherwise, spiritual master Ji Bao would not regard it as a treasure house. Old Ghost Shangwan, I didn't think that there would be a day when you would come out of the mountain. Is this brat really as powerful as that guy Qi Lian said? In the space beside a lake, several people were sitting together, tasting the wine on the table. One of them was asking one of them a question. How should I say this? Shangwan Hong drank a mouthful of wine. Well, you guys think that I am too high. You say that I am unfair, but I can't say such words that go against my heart. So, I won't say a word, so as not to affect your judgment. Just now, Old Ghost told me that Lin Fei Brat is back. You guys take care of him personally. Ever since the Red Lotus Heavenly Fire was successfully expelled, Shangwan Hong cultivated the Devouring Heaven demonic yuan art. His strength recovered very quickly. His clansmen were also arranged to go out to gain experience. Following the arrival of a few of old Devil Qi Lian's friends, Shangwan Hong had a headache. These guys were all people who wanted the world to be in chaos. They were really not easy to talk to. For example, the one who spoke just now was purely an old man who drank wine. Don't look like he was drunk all day long. He was very powerful, because these four old friends of old Devil Chilian had a famous name. They ate, drank, whored, and gambled, the four great true immortals. They compared themselves to true immortals because their days were really free and easy. It was not an exaggeration to compare them to true immortals. The one who drank wine was true immortal drunkard. No one could compare to him in drinking wine. There was no wine he didn't know. In order to enjoy the joy of drinking wine, he had broken into countless sects and stolen countless wines. Whenever this guy drank, he would kill people. That was why he was called the evil wine man. Every sect hated true immortal drunkard to death, but they couldn't kill him. Later on, no one dared to hide any good wine and directly drank it. They didn't dare to stay for fear of meeting true immortal drunkard again. There was nothing they could do about it. Who told true immortal drunkard to be so famous? As for the other three, they were also famous. Of course, their reputations weren't very good. They belonged to the righteous and evil side of the continent. Of course, the evil side was more common. That's good too. No matter how nice it sounds, it's better to see it with my own eyes. True immortal drunkard drank the wine in one gulp. Of course, if that brat has any good wine, I don't mind being a consecrator. The other three laughed. Old ghost, your words are pure bullying. Who doesn't know that all the good wine in the continent has been drunk by you? No one dares to stay. True immortal drunkard said angrily, Bastard, who would steal wine from me for no reason? You heartless fellows. In fact, everyone would rather call them the four great evildoers. This reputation overshadowed their names. When the four great evildoers were mentioned, almost everyone would gnash their teeth. Unfortunately, the four great evildoers were too strong. No matter what they wanted to do, they couldn't do anything. Shang Wanhong looked at the four great evildoers and smiled bitterly. The strength of the four great evildoers was not inferior to theirs. It was unknown whether or not Lin Fei could invite them. For one of the four great evildoers to have the title of evildoer, they were definitely not ordinary people. Countless large sects and factions wanted to recruit them, but they could not. Shang Wanhong naturally hoped that Lin Fei could recruit them. That way, the mythology tower's strength would increase several-fold, and there would be no need to worry about anything. After all, Shang Wanhong was just one person. Old Demon Scarlet Serpent was also two people. If they had many people on their side, including many experts, it would be a very troublesome matter. However, if Xiao Chun recruited the four great evildoers, the benefits were obvious. Although recruiting the four great evildoers would bring a large number of enemies, it was a disadvantage. This is a disadvantage. However, it could not be denied that the four great evildoers were extremely powerful. Otherwise, those sects would not have tried to recruit them and would not have been willing to block the enemies of the four great evildoers. Shang Wanhong did not doubt that Lin Fei had the strength to do so. The mythology tower's strength would continue to expand, especially after learning the heaven-engulfing demonic essence art. The strength of the entire sect would definitely increase. Of course, if Xiao Chan wanted to increase his strength quickly, he still needed to do something, and that was to fight continuously. That was the key. Only by fighting continuously would there be improvement. Hence, once the mythology tower had the four great evildoers joining them, they would be able to launch an attack. Time equaled strength. Even someone like Shang Wanhong could not wait to start fighting. Only after fighting would he be able to kill experts and refine them, increasing his own strength. Shang Wanhong had been a high-level loose immortal for a long time. Unfortunately, the Red Lotus heavenly fire had devoured his quintessence and even his immortal energy. If Shang Wanhong wanted to quickly recover to the strength of a high-level loose immortal, such as refining a loose immortal and absorbing their immortal energy, he might not have been able to do so in the past. However, after learning this demonic technique, he finally found a shortcut to recover his immortal energy. The four great evildoers were not easy to recruit. This was what Shang Wanhong was most worried about. He wanted to help, but he could not. This was his greatest regret. Chapter 554. The Four Evildoers. Shangguan Hong was accompanying the four evildoers. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, told Lin Fei about the four evildoers so that he could be prepared. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, nodded. That's right, they are the four evildoers. Perhaps not many people know their names now, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, the four of them were top-notch characters. Each of them did earth-shattering things. Big brother, your move is really extraordinary. Lin Fei did not expect that the people Qi Lian found would be people from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Moreover, they seem to be at their peak. I wonder if these four evildoers have any weaknesses so that I can recruit them? Big brother Qi Lian must have brought them back for Lin Fei to recruit. He had to understand the other party first before he could make a move. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Originally, your strength was a weakness. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, said. Each of them is a high-level loose immortal. They can control celestial power perfectly. Otherwise, they would not have made a name for themselves as the four evildoers. Now that you have celestial power, you are qualified. All four of them are high-level loose immortals. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. For a sect, the most important thing was the loose immortals. Among the loose immortals, low-level loose immortals were the core members. Middle-level loose immortals were the ones holding the fort. The strength of a sect was determined by the number of high-level bodiless immortals they had. Furthermore, these high-level bodiless immortals had to be bodiless immortals and not other high-level bodiless immortals. Even if Lin Fei had the battle prowess of a high-level loose immortal, if he did not have celestial power, he would be a level lower than them. They would not even look at him seriously. This was the benefit of being in the same realm. Lin Fei's strength was not bad before, but it was impossible for him to be chosen by the four evildoers. At most, he would be regarded as slightly more powerful. After controlling celestial power, he would have the ability to stand on the same level as them. Celestial power was the only proof of a high-level loose immortal. Even if Lin Fei's control of celestial power was not perfect and there was not much celestial power in his body, with celestial power, his attack power would increase greatly. He could be regarded as a peak expert of their level. It's good enough that I was able to invite them back. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was quite proud. However, if you want to recruit them, I think you need to start from somewhere else. In terms of strength, you are not their match. If I was at my peak, I might be able to fight against them, but now I can't. I can only invite them over. The next step will depend on you. Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure. Big brother Qi Lian had no way to recruit him, so he didn't seem to have much confidence, right? Indeed, after those words, Lin Fei was not very confident. Other than his strength, there seemed to be nothing else he could do. Now, I will introduce you to the specific information of the four great evils. Think about it yourself. It might be useful later. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said helplessly. Tell me, I'll remember it. Even though the chances were not high, Lin Fei's face was still filled with fighting spirit. How would he know if he did not try? He had to try. All right, a person must have fighting spirit. I thought that one sentence would be enough to defeat you. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Then you have disappointed me too much. Big brother, you're looking down on me too much. Lin Fei snorted. Even if I don't get another chance, I still have to give it a try. The four great fiends have already returned. If I don't go and give it a try, how the hell am I going to cultivate? I might as well just kill myself. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who would give up. Big brother Qi Lian had invited them back, which was giving him face. If he did not meet them, how would Big brother Qi Lian be able to raise his head in the future? Go, I have to go, why not go? The four great evils are not great demons. So what if they are great demons? I will definitely be afraid of them. Well said. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Big brother has high hopes for you. First of the four great evils, the first is the wine immortal. Just by hearing this guy's name, you can tell that he is a person who is not greedy for wine. In the entire continent, as long as there is good wine, it will not escape this old ghost nose. I am curious, what kind of nose does this guy have? For the sake of drinking wine, he has been chased by many people. The second one is the flower demon. He usually calls himself the flower demon. Don't be fooled by this name. This guy is not a flower lover. He is a perverted demon. Any woman that he takes a fancy to will definitely not be able to escape his clutches. You should know that countless young ladies of aristocratic families have been cheated of their first time. Right now, there is still a large group of women chasing him. So powerful. Lin Fei was also shocked. Don't worry, he will not make a move on your sister-in-law. These years, I heard that this guy has given up on lust. In his words, there are no women in this continent worth pursuing. His only thought is to go into closed-door training and go to the heaven realm to harm the girls. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow's goal was quite high, and he didn't want to harm the girls of the continent. However, those girls who were chasing him must have been because of love. Women can develop feelings because of love, but similarly, women can also develop hatred because of love. In order to take revenge on a man, women on Earth can make him wear a green hat, cheat on him, go out to find a man, or fight you to the death. This is already very extreme. But this is the Xintian continent, where all the girls are powerful. They don't want to cheat on you. What they want to do is to kill the other party. The women on this continent are not so easy to negotiate with. Killing you will not be negotiable. This is the most normal thing for the flower demon to be chased. The third one is called Big Belly, True Immortal. He is different from the first two. This guy is not interested in women and wine. What he likes most is to enjoy all kinds of food. Then how did he become one of the 4 evildoers? Jean Fong was curious. No matter how she looked at it, a person who eats doesn't seem to have any connection with the evildoers. Is that what you think? The red refining heavenly demon asked Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei thought for a while. I think so. After all, he only eats and drinks. He doesn't do anything bad. Wrong. You are all wrong, very wrong. The red refining heavenly demon shook his head. Who said that eating and drinking is not related? It is related. This fellow likes to satisfy his appetite. The most frightening thing is that, for some reason, this fellow has perfect culinary skills. Before I was suppressed, I had tasted it several times. The texture and taste are simply indescribable. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the god of food. So powerful? Lin Fei was surprised. This evaluation was too much. The red refining heavenly demon seemed to know that he had said something wrong. He stopped hurriedly and went back to the main topic. Because of this cooking method, Big Belly True Immortal has to eat different dishes every day. Where does he get the ingredients? You can say that the continent is so big that it can be found everywhere. This is true. However, some ingredients are not easy to find. Last time, this guy went to a first-grade sect to cook a dish and killed the sect leader's pet. The reason is very simple. It is said that the dish needs heart and liver. Now you understand. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Awesome, really awesome. I finally understand. Every time this Big Belly True Immortal needs ingredients, he goes to some big sections. The red refining heavenly demon sighed. If it is only in the big sects, it would be fine. But this guy, no matter where he goes, he can't control his desire for good food. Then, obviously, Lin Fei could understand this mentality. If he couldn't control his mouth, it would definitely be troublesome. There were too many high-quality ingredients in the Xintian continent. Of course, if you wanted to get them, you had to pay a certain price. In this case, even Lin Fei himself wanted to have a taste of it. Lin Fei really wanted to give 2 words to this kind of talent who devoted himself to food. Foodie, an absolute foodie. Apart from this word, there was almost no other word to describe him. In order to eat, he could make so many enemies for himself. He could simply ignore everything for the sake of food. What a weirdo. What about the 4th one? Lin Fei really wanted to know the last one. The last one likes to gamble. He is known as the Invincible True Immortal. The only thing he likes to do is to gamble. No matter who you are, as long as he is interested, you must gamble with him, as long as you can beat him. Unfortunately, so far, there are only a few people who can beat him. Lin Fei didn't need to guess to know that this Invincible True Immortal must have gambled everywhere. After a long time, he must have won many things from people, which was why he became one of the 4 great fiends. Now that you know about the 4 great fiends, it's up to you how to deal with them. I can't help you. The scarlet, refining heavenly demon was very helpless. If you can start with their hobbies, maybe you will have a chance to recruit them. Lin Fei pursed his lips. You might as well let me bang my head against the wall and kill myself. The four great fiends all had their own unique skills. Unless Lin Fei was out of his mind, he wouldn't be a match for them at all. Now it seemed that he could only take it one step at a time and deal with it as it came. As they were talking, they came to a space and stepped in. Immediately, they found themselves in a place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Swoosh, swoosh, for powerful divine senses blasted over at the same time. Are they going to check on me? Lin Fei immediately understood what they wanted to do. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei swarmed out. He didn't control himself at all. He turned into a giant and pressed down with his enormous hand, suppressing the four divine senses. The divine sense of a celestial immortal was not to be underestimated. You are a celestial immortal. The first sentence was from true immortal flower demon. You are not a true immortal. The second sentence was from Invincible true immortal. Kid, you have some skill. The second sentence was from true immortal pot belly. I'm done. The wine immortal pot belly said. With just one counterattack, the four divine senses quietly dissipated as if they had never appeared. Lin Fei also retracted his divine sense. Kid, Lin Fei greets the four great fiends. Chapter 555. Even though they had only exchanged blows for a short period of time, many things had happened. At the very least, Lin Fei's first impression of him gave them a feeling of power. He was able to suppress the divine senses of four high-level loose immortals. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. When the divine senses of four of them attacked at the same time, an unprepared person would most likely instantly fail and make a fool of himself. For Lin Fei to be able to block, it was a testament to how powerful he was. The four fiends could sense that Lin Fei had been completely unprepared. He had been able to block their probing attacks with a single thought. This alone was enough for them to view him highly. Just because they viewed him highly didn't mean that they would approve of him. If the four fiends approved of him so easily, they wouldn't be the four fiends. Kid, you've grasped immortal power? Invincible true immortal glanced at him casually, a look of surprise on his face. Even though he had heard from Scarlet Demon that this young man was very powerful, they hadn't paid him much attention at first. After all, how powerful could a single person be? The combat power of a loose immortal was already a limit. But after probing him, they realized that this kid was indeed formidable. Even though he wasn't a loose immortal, he had grasped immortal power. Just this alone was enough to show that this young man was very incredible. I gained some insights recently, so I grasped it, Lin Fei replied casually. Little girl, your luck is quite good. You should grab hold of a man like this. Otherwise, someone else will steal him away. True immortal flower demon laughed loudly. Although it was a simple smile, it was clearly filled with charm. Could a man use a charming smile? You could call it charming, but in truth, it was a different kind of charm, a different kind of charm. Jean Feng's face turned slightly red. She couldn't take such words. True immortal flower demon laughed loudly. Interesting. Do you want Big Brother to teach you a few moves? I guarantee that any man will become your slave. Scarlet Demon snorted. Flower Demon, you old thing, don't mess with her. Jean Feng is my sister-in-law. Flower Demon stretched out his thumb and middle finger. Old fiend, when did you become so friendly? How rare. Shang Wanhong smiled as he walked over. He was very surprised that Lin Fei was able to control immortal energy. When a mid-level loose immortal stepped into the high-level loose immortal realm, one needed to control immortal energy. It seemed like a very simple step, but many mid-level loose immortals would never be able to take that step in their entire lives. Lin Fei passed just like that. More importantly, the other party was at King Realm and hadn't gone through the tribulation yet. This was terrifying enough. Shang Wanhong finally understood why Qi Lian was so enthusiastic to help. Lin Fei really had a bright future. Perhaps he really was the reincarnation of a god. At the very least, Shang Wanhong had never heard of an Imperial Realm expert being able to control celestial power. Shang Wanhong, was very clear about how domineering celestial power was. He himself had gone through a tribulation, and his body had been strengthened by the lightning tribulation. That was how he was able to fuse celestial power. Lin Fei had yet to transcend his tribulation, yet he could control this. It was indeed surprising. Undefeatable old ghost, this guy is pretty good. Despite his young age, he has already grasped immortal power. True immortal flower fiend was communicating with his divine sense. Very promising. Undefeatable true immortal said. Invincible true immortal said. However, if you want my help, that alone won't be enough. You know how much I like to gamble. If he can win against me, then everything will be fine. Undefeatable, I like it the most. True immortal wine also interjected. This Lin Fei is the most promising one I've ever seen. Those disciples of great clans are far inferior to him. It's no wonder that old ghost Qi Lian would invite him over. I want to agree. At the very least, this guy has to be stronger than me. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Pot-bellied true immortal also said. Their first impression was quite good. In terms of strength, they completely approved of him. Helping someone like him was not a disgrace to them. This was also why Qi Lian said that Lin Fei's strength was a bit low before. They were all high-level loose immortals who could control celestial power. You want 4 people who could control celestial power to help someone like Lin Fei, who was weaker than them. That was an insult. 4 high-level loose immortals, no matter who they were dragons among men. They simply couldn't pass this trial. Lin Fei had passed the first stage of the test. His powerful divine sense and control of celestial power had just barely met their requirements. The first trial wasn't important. What was important was that he had to defeat the 4 of them. That was the key. Kid, I heard from old ghost Qi Lian that you're a good person. True immortal wine took a sip of wine. But that's not enough. Do you know why we're called the 4 true immortals? Big brother Qi Lian told me. Lin Fei knew that they were going to make a move. Good. It's good that you heard about it. Undefeatable, true, immortal slapped the table. You're barely passable. We, on the other hand, are used to being free and unfettered. We came out this time to give Qi Lian some face. Now that we've given you face, we're treating you well. If you want to, you'll have to defeat us. Lin Fei felt helpless. Senior undefeatable, you want me to spar with you? Isn't that bullying? Bullshit. Undefeatable, true, immortal snorted. I've never been one to bully the weak. When I say defeat me, it's actually very simple. All you have to do is beat me in a gamble once, and everything else is negotiable. Undefeatable, that's what the 3 of us mean. Only if you surpass us in every aspect, we'll admit that you're stronger than us. True immortal flower fiend extended his thumb and middle finger. So that was the case. In truth, Lin Fei had already guessed that the 4 fiends would definitely come up with some difficult questions to make things difficult for him. In terms of power, Lin Fei might be able to give a try. But in terms of 4 aspects, that wasn't easy. Eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring. Lin Fei wasn't good at any of these 4 aspects. How could he possibly beat them? At this time, Shangwan Hong and Qi Lian Heavenly Demon couldn't say anything. This was the opinion of the 4 fiends, and there was nothing they could do about it. As long as I surpass you in one aspect, you'll agree, right? Lin Fei asked solemnly. That's right. Although we, the 4 fiends, don't have much of a reputation, we definitely won't be careless when it comes to matters like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many enemies, the pot-bellied true immortal said with a laugh. If I were you, I'd choose to give up. There's no way you'll be able to defeat us. In the end, you'll just be too ashamed to face us. They were speaking the truth. In every aspect, the 4 of them were at the king level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many enemies. Just by looking at how well they were doing right now, one could already tell. Their words weren't just for show. They had the confidence to back them up. Wanting to defeat them would be extremely difficult. What should I do? Do I really have to give up? Lin Fei was unwilling. He was truly unwilling. With the 4 fiends joining the alliance, the mythology school's power would definitely increase dramatically. Things that were previously impossible would be possible. Is there really no other way? Lin Fei didn't believe it. There has to be a way. Let me think. This is true immortal wine. If I want to defeat him, I'll have to start with wine. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly. Senior wine, if I want to defeat you, can I take out a type of wine? A wine that you can't name after drinking it? True immortal wine scoffed coldly. On this continent, including those small worlds, what kind of wine have I not drunk? If you can really take out a wine that I can't name after drinking it, then you are stronger than me. His tone towards the end was filled with disdain. Over 1,000,000 years, even true immortal wine himself didn't know how much wine he had drunk. In any case, it was uncountable. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could take out a wine that he had never drunk before. Okay, this is what you said. Lin Fei was pumped up. Shang Wanhong and Qi Lian Heaven Demon were surprised. Out of the four of them, the hardest to deal with should be true immortal wine. You want to use an unknown wine to defeat him? How would that work? True immortal wine was amazing in this aspect. The moment you took it out, he would probably know what kind of wine it was. This was simply displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. Are you really confident? Qi Lian Heaven Demon asked. In fact, he was also very curious, as he didn't know what other wine Lin Fei had. Lin Fei said, Actually, I don't have much confidence. Let's try my luck. Qi Lian Heaven Demon instantly lost interest. If you want to try your luck in front of Old Wine Ghost, you might as well say that you want to kill a Heaven Immortal. Can you wait for a moment? I will be right back. Go ahead. Lin Fei came out of the space and realized that he was nervous. System, you must give it your all. At this crucial moment, Lin Fei thought of the system shop. There were many things in it, and wine was one of them. Lin Fei didn't know if the wine in the system was the same as the wine in the continent. Right now, he could only try his luck with this. Thus, Lin Fei secretly hoped that this wine was not produced in the continent. As for whether it was or not, Lin Fei himself wasn't sure. Let me see what is good about it. Lin Fei immediately opened the system and opened the wine section to search for the wine that he had in mind. These wines were much cheaper with points. Flower peony, brewed from peony, tastes sweet. After looking at it, Lin Fei immediately rejected it. General kill, like raging flames. This was also rejected by Lin Fei. If Lin Fei wanted to win against the other party in this area, then it must be a feeling that the other party had never tried before. I wonder if that true immortal wine ghost has ever gotten drunk before? Lin Fei thought, since he dares to call himself a true immortal wine ghost, he shouldn't have committed a crime. I will start from this aspect. Drunk immortal? Soon, Lin Fei set his sights on a type of fine wine. A wine that even immortals would get drunk from? Seeing this simple evaluation, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the wine that he was looking for? Drunk immortal. A wine that even immortals would get drunk from? Only 10 million points per bottle. It was too cheap. Chapter 556. Lin Fei had no idea how powerful true immortal alcohol intoxicated was. The items provided by the system shouldn't be unreliable, right? Lin Fei mused to himself. If true immortal alcohol intoxicated can get drunk, that would be perfect. This was a good way to deal with true immortal alcohol intoxicated. As for the others, that was a question worth considering. Celestial immortal alcohol intoxicated can be used against true immortal alcohol intoxicated. As for the next three, this was a rather complicated problem, and Lin Fei had no choice but to consider it carefully. How should true immortal flower fiend deal with this? Lin Fei wasn't very confident. Should he compete in picking up women? Needless to say, he was definitely no match for him. What should he compete in then? Could he compete in that area? Lin Fei quickly tossed this thought out his head. He was too wretched. But how was he supposed to defeat true immortal flower fiend? If he had to deal with just one of them, Lin Fei wouldn't have to worry so much. But how should he deal with three of them? Lin Fei forced himself to calm down and think about how he should defeat them. How about this? Of the four of them, I'll beat two of them first. Then, I'll take my time with the other two. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fei finally came up with a plan. 1 against 4. Lin Fei wasn't very confident in his chances, but he could defeat them one by one. Lin Fei believed that if he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to come up with a way to deal with them. True immortal alcohol intoxicated already has a plan. As for the next three, which one should I choose? This is a question worth thinking about. True immortal flower fiend was hard to deal with, so he immediately rejected the idea. As for the next three, pot-bellied true immortal alcohol invincible true immortal. Between the two, Lin Fei had to choose one. How about the pot-bellied true immortal? Lin Fei considered it for a moment. This one was easier to deal with. Let's see if this shop has any way to deal with this pot-bellied true immortal. If Lin Fei wanted to defeat the pot-bellied true immortal in terms of eating, he would have to defeat him in terms of eating. The best way to do this was to cook a delicacy that would defeat him in terms of eating. But what kind of dish should he cook? This was a question worth pondering. Opening the system shop, Lin Fei opened the one related to ingredients. In the system, this was a relatively small market. Now, it was a great help to Lin Fei. So many ingredients. The system store sold a large number of ingredients, and the prices weren't expensive. Dragon meat, crystal dragon meat, fragrant and tender, 500,000 points. Looking at the price, Lin Fei vomited blood. Dragon meat is so cheap. However, thinking about it carefully, the system's coverage was very broad. This dragon meat might seem very precious in the eyes of others, but to the system, it might not be worth much. Phoenix Heart contains fire elemental energy, fresh and delicious meat, sold for 1 million points. Violent Interstellar Bear. Its meat is extremely pure, priced at 1.5 million points. Every single ingredient on the list dazzled Lin Fei. This was the first time he realized that there were so many ingredients in this store. He regretted looking at them. If he had known earlier, he would have eaten these things often and improved his physique to a powerful level. There are recipes? Apart from the ingredients, Lin Fei also saw a large number of recipes. In the past, he had done some research on recipes, but when he saw these recipes, those common recipes were simply not worth his time. I should choose a recipe, then cook an ingredient that he has never eaten before. There were many recipes, and the prices were very cheap. Three Kingdoms Confrontation. Very soon, Lin Fei's eyes fell on a recipe. It was a very domineering name, and he knew it just by looking at the name. He carefully looked at the recipe. It turned out that the Three Kingdoms Confrontation was made by cooking 3 kinds of overlord ingredients through a series of methods. After cooking, the 3 ingredients would transform into illusory shadows and constantly fight. This is the Three Kingdoms Confrontation. Lin Fei confirmed the recipe. This recipe should be able to defeat the pot-bellied true immortal. No matter how rich the species in the Xintian continent was, it was probably not as good as the ingredients in the system. Lin Fei really did not believe that the pot-bellied true immortal had eaten these ingredients before. 3 kinds of ingredients, a recipe, and a variety of other ingredients cost Lin Fei more than 8 million points. For someone as rich as him, it was nothing. Including the tableware, the immortal intoxication, and a set of wine utensils, it was exactly 20 million points. In the space filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Old Qi Lian, your friend won't admit defeat, will he? Wine Immortal laughed. Bullshit, Qi Lian snorted. There is no way Lin Fei will admit defeat. He always surprises me, and I believe this time will not disappoint me. Although he said so, in fact, Qi Lian was not confident in his heart. He was well aware of the extent to which his 4 good friends excelled in these 4 aspects. Anyone would feel powerless in front of them. This time, it was a bit dangerous. In front of his 4 friends, Qi Lian naturally did not want to show any weakness. He had to at least maintain his face. This kid Lin Fei really knows how to surprise people. I believe you will know after spending some time with him, Sheng Wanhong said. These words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. Surprise? That is interesting. True Immortal Flower Demon laughed. I really want to see what kind of surprise there is. He's back. The Invincible True Immortal spoke. As expected, Lin Fei returned with a face full of smiles. I've made you all wait. I'm really sorry. There's so many of these things, but I don't know what to choose. Where did you hide your wine? Even I can't sense it. Wine Immortal had been drinking the whole time. He put down his cup and sniffed the surroundings. There is something special about it. Wine Immortal had always been very sensitive to wine. Even if it was hidden, he would be able to find it. It was just that amazing. But now, Wine Immortal had failed for the first time. He could not find the whereabouts of the wine. This had never happened before. Drunkard, did you bring too much wine? True Immortal Flower Demon looked startled. You have a nose of a drunkard. How can you not smell it? Invincible True Immortal was surprised as well. This was his first time hearing this. Did you not bring it? Lin Fei laughed inwardly. He hadn't taken out Celestial Immortal Inebriation yet, so of course he wouldn't be able to smell it. This was the system dimension. If he could sense it, that would be incredible. The Crimson Refined Heavenly Demon and Shangwan Hong were both surprised and then excited. This was a good sign. I brought the wine, Lin Fei said. However, can I say something first? Hurry up and say it. Wine Immortal was the most anxious of all. His anticipation for the wine was greater than anything else. You want me to fight against 4 of you in one day? You know how exhausting that is. I can only choose 2 of you, and I have a 100% chance of defeating you. You have to defeat 2 of us. Before Lin Fei could finish speaking, Invincible True Immortal interrupted him. You sure talk big. Why don't we make a bet? A bet? Lin Fei was surprised, and then he was overjoyed. He had been conflicted about how to fight against Invincible True Immortal. Now, it seemed like this was his chance. He hesitated. What? You don't dare? Invincible True Immortal saw his hesitation. If you can defeat 2 of us, then I'll consider this bet a loss. Lin Fei's blood rushed to his head. Who said I don't dare? I'll take this bet. Invincible True Immortal's side had started. Wine Immortal didn't object. In truth, he wanted to know who Lin Fei would choose to fight. Which 2 are you planning to choose? Invincible True Immortal was impatient. His personality was like this. Once a bet was made, he wouldn't sit still. He had to start immediately. Invincible, do you dare to open a bet? Qilian Heavenly Demon, who had been silent all this time, asked. Invincible True Immortal acted as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Of course, I'll open a bet. Could it be that you want to join in? Of course. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Recently, I've been extremely poor. I want to make some money from you. No problem. Invincible True Immortal's eyes lit up. It was the joy of a gambler. What do you want to bet? The other 3 looked at this scene helplessly. This invincible old ghost, whenever he was involved in a bet, he would run off to God knows where. I want to compete with Wine Immortal Sr. and Potbelly Sr. Lin Fei said, That's good. Wine Immortal was very satisfied. Seeing that you chose me, I won't say it out loud. I'll give you some face. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Wine Immortal was quite interesting. Potbelly True Immortal laughed. Wine Immortal and I are the same. Since you chose me, I won't let you lose too badly. On the other hand, Flower Demon was startled. F*CK. Why didn't you choose me? It's too boring. Invincible True Immortal rolled his eyes. Who asked you to be so powerful? I'm a good kid. Competing with you is just courting death. You, Big Brother Lin, are you confident? Golden Phoenix asked worriedly. Don't worry. I won't admit defeat so easily. Lin Fei said. Brat, who do you want to choose first? Invincible True Immortal immediately agreed with Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. There's wine and delicious food. How about immortal delicacies and wine? Lin Fei thought for a moment and said. This order was immediately approved by everyone. First enjoy the food, then drink the wine. Everyone present would like this. The 4 great evildoers also had a certain interest in eating and drinking. Lin Fei's suggestion of this order was the most suitable. Lin Fei took out a silver-white cauldron. It looked strange, but it was actually a technological tableware. When he bought it, even he was shocked. This thing looks very strange. It should be a tableware, right? Potbelly True Immortal's eyes did not move, so he recognized it at a glance. Everyone, make way. Everyone made a small space. Lin Fei pressed the red button, and a rectangular dining table appeared in front of him, as well as a series of tableware. Chapter 557. It was the first time for Lin Fei to see such a high-tech product. It was the best tool for camping. If he didn't use it, he could put it away without any trouble. Lin Fei put on a set of white chef's clothes and a high and mighty hat on his head. His entire aura and spirit changed. At this moment, Lin Fei didn't look like a powerhouse. Instead, he looked like a chef with an air of elegance. Foodie, why does this guy's clothes look so awkward? Invincible True Immortal nudged Pot-Bellied True Immortal. Pot-Bellied True Immortal didn't move his eyes. What do you know? You only know how to gamble. I told you to study hard. If I'm not wrong, this should be a chef's uniform. Invincible True Immortal and the others almost vomited blood. F*CK. What kind of explanation is that? Everyone knows it's a chef's uniform. Don't look so smug. This kid is really something. It turns out that he has to wear such a uniform before cooking. Only then will he look elegant. Pot-Bellied True Immortal said with a look of understanding. I've learned something new this time. Then, he put on a white chef's uniform. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, he didn't. Today, I'm cooking the 3 kingdoms, Lin Fei said. As long as Senior Pot-Belly can guess the ingredients I'll use, I'll admit defeat. Pot-Bellied True Immortal laughed. That's easy. It's a good name. I just don't know if there are any ingredients. Don't use any ordinary ingredients. Otherwise, I'll recognize them at a glance. Lin Fei said confidently, I won't disappoint you, Senior. He took out a big wok and put the divine flame in it. Pot-Bellied True Immortal was shocked when he saw the divine flame. This flame is so special. It looks like a heavenly, unusual flame. No, it's not. Heavenly, unusual flames aren't so overbearing. Why do I feel a dangerous aura from it? Could this be the legendary divine fire? Invincible True Immortal was very knowledgeable. When this thought popped up in his mind, he was also shocked. Lin Fei didn't pay any attention to him. He continued to immerse himself in the 3 kingdoms. It had to be said that after Lin Fei used this move, the expressions of the 4 great evils turned grave. This brat really surprised them in every aspect. The 3 kingdoms formation was actually quite simple. He first put in the ingredients, which were all purchased from the system. After a certain amount of time, Lin Fei took out the red, violet, and black ingredients and placed them into the pot. Lin Fei was probably the only one who could use divine fire to cook dishes. Foodie, did you see what I put in earlier? True Immortal Wine asked. They were not good at identifying ingredients, so they could only ask the pot-bellied True Immortal. You'll only know after eating it. The pot-bellied True Immortal replied discontentedly, his gaze turning back to the surface. Lin Fei, he can cook? Shangguan Hong asked old Devil Qi Lian. I don't know, but it looks pretty good. How would the scarlet refining heavenly demon know? It smells really good. I really want to go up and have a bite. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out of the pot. This aroma tempted everyone like a glutton. The 4 great evils had really underestimated Lin Fei. The fact that he could cook such a fragrant dish had indeed surprised them. The pot-bellied True Immortal kept nagging. This seems to be shanzi flower, 6 banyan leaf. A bunch of names that no one could understand came out of his mouth. Boom! A loud roar reverberated in the space. They're demonic beasts? Everyone was shocked. This was an immortal artifact. How could there be demonic beasts? Quick, look at the pot. At this moment, Lin Fei opened the lid of the pot, and 3 phantoms rushed out, instantly forming 3 unknown demonic beasts. They fought fiercely, attracting attention even if they did not want to. This is a battle between demonic beasts. What demonic beasts are these? Why haven't I seen them before? The 3 demonic beast phantoms were a bird, a giant bear, and a flying fish with wings. They were fighting intensely. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. These are peak-level demonic beasts. You guys probably don't know about them. At the very least, Lin Fei had never heard of these demonic beasts, nor had he seen them in any records. Most likely, they had never seen them before either. The 4 great evils stared at the 3 demonic beast phantoms with puzzled gazes. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not recognize the names of the 3 demonic beasts. Strange. Strange, this is too strange. True immortal Flower Demon's eyes widened. What kind of demonic beast have I not seen before? Why haven't I seen these 3 demonic beasts before? Could they be mutated demonic beasts? An old monster who had lived for more than 1,000,000 years felt embarrassed when he could not recognize the origins of these 3 demonic beasts. He felt like he was bullying them. Seniors, this is the 3 Kingdoms confrontation. Everyone, let's try it. Actually, there was no need for Lin Fei to say it. Everyone wanted to try the taste of this pot of 3 nations confrontation. I'll go first. The pot-bellied true immortal thought to himself. I don't believe that I can't recognize these demonic beasts. In the past, the pot-bellied true immortal had even killed one of the top-tier demonic beasts on the continent. He did not believe that there was a delicacy that he had not tasted before. The pot-bellied true immortal first made a bowl of soup for himself. He placed some meat slices in it and used a vine fire to cook it. The meat slices were not difficult to cook and were very springy. After taking a bite, the pot-bellied true immortal closed his eyes as if he wanted to eat the demonic beast's name. The pot-bellied true immortal had an unforgettable ability. Anything that he had eaten or smelled, he would never forget. He would remember it completely. However, after taking a bite, he felt a mysterious sensation that he had never felt before. It was as if he was in the vast universe, and everyone else was the same. With such a delicacy before them, they naturally could not resist. After taking a bite, they were all immersed in it. It's this delicious. Lin Fei was shocked when he saw this. He made a bowl for himself as well. Then, he felt as if he was in the universe. The feeling of vastness was extremely realistic, as expected of space demonic beasts. Even their meat contains the aura of the universe. No wonder they have such expressions. Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on. Kid, you have killed space demonic beasts before. When Lin Fei came back to his senses, the pot-bellied true immortal had grabbed Lin Fei, looking as if he was going to eat him. The others also came back to their senses. They looked at Lin Fei with very strange gazes. They were not in a hurry as they continued to eat. These are all mine. No one is allowed to snatch them from me. Seeing them snatching the delicacies in the big pot, the pot-bellied true immortal was furious. He reached out and wanted to keep the whole pot. Foodie, how dare you? Snatch them. The 4 evildoers attacked one after another, fighting over the pot of delicacies. They always do this. Lin Fei could not help but ask, as he was also chased out. The scarlet, refining heavenly demon raised his hand. Kid, you are amazing. I didn't even know that you can cook good food. Where did you get this demonic beast? My divine sense actually improved. Lin Fei chuckled. It's a secret. Every time they attacked, the cauldron would fly around in their hands. Not a single drop of the cauldron splashed out. This was because they had perfect control over their power. Otherwise, with their strength, the cauldron would have been destroyed long ago. Haha, it is finally mine. The pot-bellied true immortal was the last to make a move. He waved his hand and kept the big pot. The other 3 evildoers were furious. Foodie, how dare you keep it for yourself? I will make you suffer in the future. This is cooked by Lin Fei for me. It belongs to me. The pot-bellied true immortal was very shameless. This time I lost. I didn't expect that you could even get the ingredients of star beasts. I really admire you. If there was an ingredient that he had never eaten before, the pot-bellied true immortal dared to say that the star beasts that ran amok in the universe were the most delicious. However, each of these star beasts was very powerful. It was very difficult to catch one. Until now, the number of star beasts that the pot-bellied true immortal had tasted were very few, let alone this kind of star beast. Lin Fei really admired this pot-bellied true immortal. He could even recognize a star beast. Most people wouldn't know that this was a star beast. At most, they would think that it was a monster beast. Kid, where's your wine? The pot-bellied true immortal hurriedly said to Lin Fei. He had been stimulated and couldn't help but look forward to the final wine. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Fei relied on the ingredients to make the pot-bellied true immortal admit defeat. This was very rare. It was completely beyond their imagination. Thus, the wine immediately attracted their attention. Lin Fei took out the wine from his spatial ring. However, he had just taken it out when he felt a shadow flash before him. The jade bottle in his hand disappeared. When he looked again, it had landed in the pot-bellied true immortal's hand. No fragrance. The pot-bellied true immortal uncorked the bottle and frowned. This doesn't make sense. Why does this wine not have any fragrance? Are you trying to fool me? Lin Fei was speechless. The system wouldn't play a joke on me, right? This is wine. It's the real deal. Lin Fei hurriedly explained. The pot-bellied true immortal was clearly suspicious. Really? Why don't you try it first? Previously, the food cooked by Lin Fei had been so captivating. This wine did not have the fragrance he had imagined. This was indeed beyond the pot-bellied true immortal's expectations. Just a sip will do. Before Lin Fei could say this, the pot-bellied true immortal gulped it down. No matter how Lin Fei looked at it, this mouthful was definitely more than that. So fragrant, the pot-bellied true immortal's eyes lit up. My head. Then, everyone saw the pot-bellied true immortal collapse onto the grass, snoring loudly. He's drunk? Everyone was dumbfounded. How could a pot-bellied true immortal get drunk? How is this possible? He wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. There didn't seem to be any wine on this continent that could make a pot-bellied true immortal drunk. I'll have a sip too. Don't snatch it. In less than a moment, everyone had drunk a mouthful. Then, they collapsed onto the ground one after another. You didn't drug this wine, right? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think that I have such a powerful drug on me? Why don't you try it? The Scarlet Demon hesitated. I'll drink a little. However, with that, the Scarlet Demon also collapsed on the ground. He was drunk. All of you are drunk. Sheng Wanhong had never seen such a thing before. At their realm, there was still wine that could get them drunk. What wine is this? Why is it so powerful? Lin Fei was also dumbfounded. This heavenly immortal intoxication was too domineering, wasn't it? Chapter 558. What kind of wine is this? This was the first thing they said after they woke up from immortal intoxication. It was already noon 3 days later. The four fiends had tasted all kinds of wine, but 3 days ago, they got drunk from just one sip. Only then did they realize that there was such a magical wine in this world. They were all high-level loose immortals, and they had never gotten drunk before in their lives. The only thing they did not expect was that they were completely drunk this time. Most importantly, they only took a small sip, and they could not even resist it. That kind of tyrannical drunkenness made them collapse in an instant. It was really too tyrannical. So when they woke up, the first thing they did was run over to ask. Immortal intoxication. Lin Fei said the name of this wine. The four fiends sighed. This name is really good. It's ordinary, but after drinking it, it will overflow the sky. Even a celestial immortal would get drunk from it. There were at least a few wines that could make them comment together. Lin Fei, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. The wine immortal was very straightforward. Ever since I became known as the wine immortal, I have never gotten drunk. This is the first time I have gotten drunk. I don't care where you got this heavenly immortal intoxication from. I admit defeat. Wine immortal intoxication was not lazy to be able to make this kind of wine. However, you must give me a bottle of this wine every month. Wine immortal intoxication said, the taste of getting drunk is really good. I also admit defeat. Invincible true immortal said, however, I also want a bottle every month, or else. Damn, you are the four fiends. How can you extort people like this? One bottle of immortal intoxication was worth 5 million points. For bottles would be 20 million points, and 1 year would be more than 200 million points. Wasn't it obvious that he was going to eat himself poor? This is extortion. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I can't do it even if you want me to. What's so troublesome about this? Just tell us what materials you need. We will help you find them. Wine immortal intoxication said with dissatisfaction. There is really nothing in this continent that we cannot find. Lin Fei said in an aggrieved tone. The ingredients for immortal intoxication are very difficult to find, and refining it is also very troublesome. I really can't make one bottle a month. The four great evils were all people who love wine. The heavenly immortal drunk wine was probably the only one in the continent. It might not be found elsewhere. At their cultivation realm, even if they did not use Zhen Yuan, with their huge physiques, they would not be able to get drunk. It was rare for such fine wine to appear, so they did not hesitate to extort it. If it had been someone else, they would have done it themselves instead of asking so kindly. Lin Fei hoped that there was something they liked. As long as there was something they liked, everything would be fine. For experts of this realm, there weren't many things they cared about. There really weren't many. At most, I can give you 4 bottles of immortal intoxication a year. Lin Fei thought for a while and said. He had originally planned to wait for 10 years, but then he thought that it would not be good if it was too long. 4 bottles of immortal intoxication a year would only be worth 20 million points. With their help, earning this amount of points would be a piece of cake. 4 bottles a year is too little. True immortal intoxication blinked. How about this? When the time comes, give us a chance to enjoy a delicious meal. It has to be top-grade ingredients. No, 1 for each of us. That's 4 times. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. What kind of people was he trying to recruit? In truth, Lin Fei was very excited. 30 to 40 million points a year in exchange for 4 high-level loose immortals? This sort of recruitment was simply too cheap. You're trying to kill me, Lin Fei complained. In any case, we've already spoken. You have to agree to our request no matter what. Invincible True Immortal said. How about this? I'll help you destroy one of the major powers in Nifa's paradise. Do you want to kill them all or capture them alive? There was no need to doubt these words coming from the mouth of the 4 great evils. They were strong enough to destroy a power easily. If you want to destroy a power, we'll help you. True Immortal Flower Demon said. There were very few people who could make them take the initiative to ask for help. It could be said that Lin Fei was taking a huge advantage of them. Ordinary people wouldn't even think about it. Let's go out and destroy a power. Pot-bellied True Immortal tore through space and left. Wait for me. In an instant, the remaining 3 evils chased after him, disappearing without a trace. Bloodhand. Lin Fei hastily summoned Bloodhand. When Bloodhand arrived, Lin Fei immediately gave the order. Immediately bring experts and arrange for scouts. If something happens to that power, immediately bring people to deal with it. Understood. Once Bloodhand left, the scarlet, refined, heavenly demon staggered out. After drinking a small mouthful of immortal intoxication, he passed out. They went out. They didn't go out. They want to let me know their strength. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Then, they'll extort a fortune from me. Qilian Heavenly Demon rolled his eyes and said, just laugh. The fact that the 4 great evildoers are willing to help you is something that many people would be envious of. They might not even help even if they offer a high price. This time, Big Brother has helped you so much. You should at least give me some immortal wine. Great. Yet another one fell in love. No problem. Immortal intoxication cost several million points per bottle. Lin Fei didn't really care. He thought to himself, immortal intoxication is so powerful. It seems I could try other wines in the future. In the system, immortal intoxication was not the most powerful. There were even better wines. Those wines were probably not ordinary. 15 minutes later, the 4 great evils returned once more. 10 odd loose immortals appeared in the hall. All of their auras were suppressed, and their faces were filled with fear. Lin Fei, we've captured all the upper echelon elders of this heaven-shrouding faction. As for the remaining small fries, you can arrange for your men to deal with them. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. This heaven-shrouding faction was one of the major factions. It was said that they had high-level loose immortals. Who would have thought that in less than 15 minutes, all the upper echelon members of heaven-shrouding faction would be captured? Killing a person was easy, but capturing them was very difficult. One must use absolute strength to suppress the other party in order to capture them. Seniors, you are too ferocious. It's just a gang of high-level loose immortals. From our point of view, destroying them will be a piece of cake. True Immortal Wine disagreed. From now on, you could just treat us as your consecrators. If you can give us a bottle of immortal intoxication now, that would be the best. The upper echelon members of Heaven Shrouding faction were all dumbfounded. The mythological tower was so powerful. They sent out 4 high-level loose immortals at once. No problem. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He bought 5 bottles of immortal intoxication and gave 1 to each of them. This is this year's supply. I can't take any more. It's okay. Don't disturb us. The 4 left. Lin Fei controlled the celestial artifact and knew that they had chosen a space. Big Brother Scarlet Serpent. This is yours. Lin Fei took out the last bottle. Keep it well. Don't let them find out. If not, Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon kept it immediately. You can have this high-level loose immortal. I'll take the rest. Lin Fei knew that if Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon wanted to increase his strength, he had to devour experts to quickly recover his energy. Go ahead and take them. Lin Fei didn't have any objections to this. Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon waved his hand and brought the upper echelon members away. Only the leader of Heaven Shrouding faction was left. Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. They are targeting you. Heaven Shrouding faction panicked. As long as you let me go, you're in my hands. You have no right to bargain. Lin Fei said calmly. You have to swear to the heavens. Otherwise, I won't tell you. Heaven Shrouding faction seemed to know that this was his only chance. Do you really think that you are smart? Lin Fei snorted coldly. He used the soul-searching technique. His divine sense was stronger than his opponent's. He forcefully looked through his memories. Then, Heaven Shrouding faction lost his mind. You want me to swear to the heavens? You really think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei collected the other party and tossed him into the heaven and earth smelt, where he turned into waves of true energy and immortal power. You want to set a trap for me? I can catch all of you at once. From his soul-searching memories, Lin Fei knew that Heaven Shrouding faction and Sin Paradise had held a secret meeting. They were prepared to eat up the Myth Tower. Their plan was simple. They wanted to use a trap to invite him over. Then, they would kill him with lightning speed. The Myth Tower would use a sneak attack to catch him off guard. It was a simple plan, but it was very useful. I thought that I was being secretive. Who would have thought that they would be able to find out? Lin Fei was slightly startled in his heart. However, this is good as well. Since you all want to hold a feast at Hongmen, I can take care of all of you in one fell swoop. However, I wonder if anyone knew that the 4 great evildoers attacked earlier? Lin Fei thought about it, and felt that the possibility of that was not very high. Be it divine abilities or other aspects, the 4 great loose immortals were top-notch. How could others know about them? 2 hours later, his subordinates brought back news that the entire Heaven Shrouding faction had been eaten by the Myth Tower. After killing some of the rebels, the rest surrendered and were unwilling to continue fighting. The news that the Heaven Shrouding faction had been easily eaten by the Myth Tower caused an uproar in Sin Paradise. No one had expected that the Heaven Shrouding faction would be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. Most importantly, they had been paying attention to the Myth Tower. They had no idea that they would suddenly attack. Another suspicion was that the higher-ups and leader of the Heaven Shrouding faction had all disappeared. Without anyone to lead them, they had lost completely. Thus, the Myth Tower had eaten them. Everyone thought that the Myth Tower would rest for a while. Who would have thought that they would bare their fangs again so quickly and eat the Heaven Shrouding faction? Chapter 559. P.S. 10 chapters completed. It's very tiring. This is also the first time I've done 10 chapters in a row. I hope I'll have more opportunities in the future. I'll also ask for a few monthly tickets. Lin Fei originally thought that these large factions would invite him to their Hongmen banquet a few days later. But on the morning of the 3rd day after the Heaven Shrouding gang was destroyed, someone who claimed to be an emissary personally delivered an invitation. It seems like they can't sit still anymore. In the hall, the Scarlet Refined Sky Demon played with the invitation in his hand. They definitely don't know that Heaven Shrouding Sage is already dead and those higher-ups are in our hands. They're betting on us not knowing the inside story, but it's a pity that they've misunderstood. Lin Fei had already told the Scarlet Refined Sky Demon and Shangwan Hong about the Hongmen banquet. Therefore, in their imagination, it was not surprising that they had sent the invitation letter. If they had not sent it, It would have been the strangest thing. They're desperate. Heaven's Shrouding Gang was destroyed. They can't wait to get rid of us. Shangwan Hong smiled. They took the initiative to invite Lin Fei this time to catch us off guard. If I'm not wrong, the higher-ups of Sin Paradise definitely don't want us to grow too big and affect their control. When the time comes, they won't be able to deal with us, so they can only use this method to deal with us. Sin Paradise seemed to be filled with large factions, but in reality, there were shadows of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise behind them. Who knew which faction might have the support of the higher-ups? The rise of the Myth Tower first got rid of many mid-tier factions, then quickly got rid of Xi Treasure Tower, becoming a large faction in an instant. This step was a bit big, and not long after, they also got rid of the Heaven Shrouding Gang. This was the beginning of the signs. The higher-ups of Sin Paradise weren't happy, so they used other big shots to invite him, wanting to get rid of the Myth Tower. No matter where they went, they wouldn't let others talk about them. Let's eat up these factions first, and see if they can still hold on. The Scarlet Refined Sky Demon sneered. They had methods to deal with immortals in the past, but now it's just an empty title to scare ordinary people. The Scarlet Refined Sky Demon didn't believe that Sin Paradise had such tyrannical existences. He might have believed it a million years ago, but he definitely wouldn't believe it now. We have to be careful, Lin Fei said. Experts of that level will not come out. At most, they will send high-level loose immortals. With the 4 fiends present, we should be able to resist them for a while. Lin Fei estimated the strength of the 4 to be around 8 tribulation-scattered immortals. 4 tribulation-scattered immortals was very strong. For tribulation-scattered immortals. Could even 1/9 tribulation-scattered immortal to them. We'll eat them first, Shangwan Hong said. But they'll definitely stop you from bringing people in. No, Tian, Lin, I'll take it. Bit. Bye. The heaven and earth smelt belongs to another space, and it's under Lin Fei's control. Even if the other party has a powerful Shintian spiritual treasure or an immortal equipment, they can forget about finding it. 3. Tian. A saint-level demonic beast carriage appeared in front of the mythological tower. Lin Fei had long since made preparations. After coming out of the Myth Tower, all of them knew of his existence. As such, there was no need for him to conceal himself. If he were to kill them tonight, no one would know about it. Please get in the car. Lin Fei strode into the carriage and sat firmly in it. Aren't you bringing any attendants? The man asked. This is Sin Paradise. Isn't it just a banquet? Are you going to eat me? Lin Fei said with a look of disdain. That person laughed dryly and sat in the carriage. A look of joy quickly appeared in his eyes. Lin Fei was sitting in the carriage and saw everything. I didn't bring any attendants, which is exactly what you want. I also pretended to be the king. I don't believe that you won't let your guard down. This result was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Very soon, the carriage stopped in front of a mansion. Other than himself, Lin Fei realized that not only did they invite him to the banquet, but they also invited everyone else. Are they planning to make an example out of me? Lin Fei could tell with a single glance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited so many leaders to kill him. This was to warn those ambitious leaders that if they were too ambitious, their outcome would be tragic. Young Master Lin, we have arrived. You can come down now. After getting off the carriage, Lin Fei used his powerful divine sense to scan the entire mansion. He laughed coldly in his heart. So many experts are lying in ambush. Looks like you guys are really going all out to kill me. It's a pity that you guys will be the ones regretting it. There were many experts lying in ambush in the mansion. They were well hidden and had formations set up on them. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through them and would be able to deal a huge blow at a crucial moment. If it was in the past, Lin Fei wouldn't have dared to use his divine sense to scan the mansion. Now that he had a new understanding of divine sense, he could silently scan every corner of the mansion. When he walked past a doorstep, Lin Fei discovered the person leading the way. A look of joy flashed in his eyes. After checking with his divine sense, Lin Fei immediately knew what was going on. They really use celestial artifacts to check if I'm carrying Senfu or something like that. It's a pity that you guys didn't expect that I have the divine flame space. A mere celestial artifact is nothing to me. At their level, immortal residences and the like were not very expensive. Many people could afford them. Carrying an immortal residence with them and leading a large number of subordinates was something that leaders like to do. In fact, there was indeed a support celestial artifact on the doorstep that could check if someone was carrying Senfu. The person leading the way was naturally happy that Lin Fei didn't bring Senfu with him. He immediately spread the news through a secret channel. In a space under the mansion, a few people were sitting together, anxiously waiting for news. Lin Fei didn't bring any servants. Hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The result was different from what they had expected. Could he have brought Sinful with him? It should be possible. Lin Fei was able to leave Sinful Paradise back then, so he should be a very cautious person. Don't be careless and fall into his trap. When the second news came, they were all surprised. Lin Fei didn't bring Senfu with him? When this news came, everyone was quite surprised. Lin Fei, the person in charge of the mythological tower, didn't bring Senfu or servants with him. Did he really not know that they had set up an ambush? This was a very unexpected result. Before, they had thought that Lin Fei would at least bring servants. No matter who came to the banquet, they would bring servants. But now, he didn't bring any servants, nor did he bring Senfu with him. Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? This Lin Fei is too arrogant. He must think that we don't dare to do anything to him. He's too bold. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Sage shrouding the heavens shouldn't have fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come alone. I wonder where Sage shrouding the heavens and the others went. We've arranged experts in the mansion, and we've even sent out high-level bodiless immortals. We must capture Lin Fei in one fell swoop. This time, Lin Fei won't be able to escape even if he has wings. He dared to come to the banquet without his servants. He's courting death. He wants to provoke us, and this is exactly what he wants. Lin Fei must die. Otherwise, we might become the next heaven-shrouding sect. The few big shots in the underground space quickly stood up. Since the main character of the show was on the stage, they naturally had to go on the stage as well. They casually checked in case Lin Fei really brought Senfu with him. That wouldn't be easy to deal with. This matter was very important, so they had to be careful. They knew what happened when Lin Fei left last time. So many people went to chase him, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. When he returned a year later, Sage Ji Bao was killed, and the celestial artifact was in his hands. This action was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react. The other party took over Ji Bao Tower and obtained the celestial artifact. Losing the biggest auction house, Ji Bao Tower, had a big impact on these big factions. In the past, when Ji Bao Tower was still around, many of their things were handed over to Ji Bao Tower for auction. They worked together very well and became partners. But after Ji Bao Tower was destroyed, they were stuck in this aspect. The Myth Tower didn't care about them. An existence that could destroy Ji Bao Tower wasn't something that people would dislike. The Myth Tower controlled Ji Bao Tower's celestial artifact, so the interior hadn't changed. It was very tight, so it had always been very popular. For those who often participated in auctions, there wasn't much of a change. It was just a change of owner. But for the other big factions, the items they had couldn't be auctioned, so the impact was huge. As the saying went, cutting off one's wealth was equivalent to killing one's parents. No one could take this lying down. They also had auction houses under them, but compared to the Myth Tower, they were far inferior. They weren't on the same level. In the end, they suffered. They could only watch helplessly as their items couldn't be auctioned, causing a large number of losses. This time, they joined forces to occupy this Myth Tower. With them controlling it together, they wouldn't have to worry about this kind of change happening again. The few factions joined forces, and everyone advanced and retreated together. This kind of situation where they were choked by others wouldn't happen again. Tonight, Lin Fei had to die. No matter what, he couldn't leave here alive. As long as Lin Fei died, the backup plan that they had set up could be implemented. There were experts in the mansion, and with them personally taking action, Even if Lin Fei was unparalleled, he would have to die in the underworld. They had Lin Fei in their hands. Chapter 560. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Because he was too young, it was impossible for him not to attract attention. Everyone present was old, and there were very few people as young as Lin Fei. Some people mistook him for a young master of a gang. Then, a series of questions popped up in their minds. Was a young master of a gang worthy of such politeness? Lin Fei. No one knew much about this name. But when another name was mentioned, their expressions changed. It was as if they had encountered a peerless demon king. Their eyes were filled with a rare fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. The leader of the mythological tower, the predecessor of the Bloody Hand Hall. One had to say that the mythological tower and the Bloody Hand Hall, no matter which name, brought them endless fear. There is no need to say more about the mythological tower. The entire heaven-covering gang had fallen, and the higher-ups were nowhere to be found. The Bloody Hand Hall had gotten rid of the treasure tower and snatched their immortal artifact. Who would have thought that the person behind the scenes would be so young? No one would have thought. Lin Fei. Isn't he the one who carried the treasure map of the secret Heaven Treasure Vault last year? Someone suddenly mentioned this. Everyone suddenly thought of a name. No one who was invited tonight was a fool. Thinking back to what happened a year ago, it was a very sensational event. So it was him. Those who wanted to go up and strike up a conversation chose to remain silent. The leader of the mythological tower. Recently, Sin Paradise had been speculating about the person behind the scenes, and he was an opponent in the eyes of many major forces. A young man with great ambitions. Currently, all the forces in Sin Paradise were wary of the mythological tower, fearing that they would be eaten up by the other party. They were quite xenophobic. Some smart people seem to understand the true purpose of this banquet. Don't look down on the intelligence of others. They might not know a moment ago, but when they heard that Lin Fei was the person behind the scenes, the nature of the banquet naturally changed. Lin Fei did not care about the gloating in their eyes. These big shots had good methods, but it was a pity that they had misjudged him. Now that I've pointed out my identity, those big shots should be coming out soon. Lin Fei casually sat down. No one dared to appear nearby, so he was happy. Otherwise, this show won't continue. As expected, after the news of Lin Fei's identity spread, the supporting cast all went on stage. There were more than 10 major factions in Sin Paradise, and 7 or 8 of them had gathered here. The moment the big shots appeared, they were dignified and imposing. They were like lions, causing people to feel the urge to worship them and not dare to resist them. The entire hall instantly quietened down. 5 high-level loose immortals and 3 mid-level loose immortals. What a feast at Hongmen! Lin Fei concluded that if he did not have the help of the 4 evil men, these powerhouses might have eaten him up once they made a move. Lin Fei estimated that there were at least 10 high-level loose immortals and countless mid-level loose immortals. They were the elites of the elites. Welcome to tonight's banquet. It was the Bright Moon faction's leader, Reverend Shueyue. She was a woman, and her expressionless face revealed a rare smile. In the eyes of the crowd, this smile was extremely cold, so cold that it chilled their hearts. Before tonight's banquet begins, this reverend wants to introduce a junior. Perhaps everyone doesn't know him, but I believe everyone will know him soon. Reverend Shiyue's gaze shifted. He is the one who recently destroyed the treasure tower and the heaven-shrouding faction, Lin Fei. Kill him with a stick? Attract hatred? Lin Fei felt disdain. They wanted to raise his status and then suppress him. Good plan, good plan. From the moment they appeared, 8 tyrannical auras locked onto Lin Fei. Their gazes were like prey in the mouth of a lion, prey in a spider's web, unable to escape even if it had wings. Many people were still guessing before, but after hearing this, fear, jealousy, and hatred shot out from their eyes. Although it was very vague, it could still be detected. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. He could clearly feel the emotional fluctuations of these 8 big shots. Isn't it just a banquet? Why hold it especially for me? This will make me feel embarrassed. How will everyone look favorably upon me? It's better to hold such banquets less in the future. The 8 big shots were shocked, and anger flashed through their hearts. They were inadvertently teased by Lin Fei. Just now, they were really worried that Lin Fei had sensed their intentions and wanted to force them to make a move. They could suppress the other party on the surface, but in private, all kinds of gossip would undoubtedly affect their reputation. This Lin Fei was really sinister. The 8 big shots cursed in their hearts. Someone couldn't help but laugh. In front of these 8 big shots, Lin Fei of the Myth Tower still dared to put on airs. He clearly didn't take these 8 big shots seriously, but they didn't see any change in the 8 big shots' expressions. It seemed like they didn't take it seriously. What was this? Didn't they say that they had always been enemies? Many people couldn't understand it. A hint of anger flashed on Venerable Shiyue's face, but she soon returned to normal. It was so fast that it was hard for others to notice. Tower Lord Lin, you're a straightforward person. As a newly promoted major faction, this banquet is indeed prepared for you. There's no need to put in much effort. Your myth tower has used its strength to prove itself. Everyone could see that. But in their hearts, they were saying that this was a banquet set up for Lin Fei to die. Venerable Shiyue's killing intent had been aroused because of Lin Fei's words, but she concealed it very well. All right, I like this banquet. Lin Fei smiled and said, to be honest, I'm very excited that all the big shots are here to welcome me. I believe that we'll definitely have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Cooperate my asterisk guess. Only a ghost would want to cooperate with you. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Lin Fei knew what they were thinking, so he wouldn't let them feel good. When he saw everyone present, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. It would definitely anger them to death. Tower Lord Lin, I like what you said. We should cooperate well. At this moment, another big shot spoke. Lin Fei knew that this big shot was called Tu Shan Jinren. If there's any cooperation, you can find me. We can get to know each other better. Lin Fei heard endless resentment from his words. Why was Tu Shan Jinren so resentful? In fact, he controlled an auction house and auctioned all kinds of things. At the same time, he had connections with the Supreme Treasure Tower. However, after the Supreme Treasure Tower was destroyed, Tu Shan Jinren's auction house wasn't in a good situation. A large number of items couldn't be auctioned and were squeezed into piles. On the surface, Tu Shan Jinren said that he wanted to cooperate with Lin Fei, but in fact he wished that Lin Fei would die as soon as possible so that he could divide the profits. Otherwise, if this continued, it would be very disadvantageous to the faction. Naturally, he wouldn't show it on his face. I like cooperation. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear it. Since everyone is here, I happen to have something in my hands. I was planning to auction it, but since everyone is here, if Tu Shan Jinren doesn't mind, I'm willing to share it with everyone. Tu Shan Jinren's expression slightly changed. What a jinx! What did I say just now? But soon he recovered. The 8 powerful figures didn't have any objections. Lin Fei was already like a turtle in a jar, and they didn't need to worry about where he could run to. They wanted to see how powerful this Lin Fei, who could rise up so quickly, could be. Tower Master Lin, since you have something good to share, why would we mind? Tu Shan Jinren smiled and said, I think you all have the same idea. How could the others refute Tu Shan Jinren's words? In fact, they also wanted to see what good things this Lin Fei could take out. Lin Fei took out something here on a whim. The 8 powerful figures were going to be destroyed anyway, so it was meaningless to just destroy them. Therefore, he might as well promote his own things. The things that Lin Fei was promoting were naturally the treasures in the system store. Many of them were nothing to Lin Fei, but to outsiders, these were definitely good things. As for why he wanted to take them out, it was to expand the influence of the Legend Tower. In fact, it was equivalent to increasing the sect's prestige. Originally, Lin Fei didn't care too much about it, but since he could exchange his sect's prestige for points, he was naturally willing to do such a good thing. Not only could he increase his sect's prestige, but he could also exchange it for points. Only a fool would refuse. There were many good things in the system store, and the prices weren't high either. For example, medicinal pills and so on. These medicinal pills were useless to Lin Fei, but to others, they were definitely very useful. They could be said to be extremely rare. With such a good opportunity, Lin Fei would definitely make use of it and publicize it. In any case, they believed that he wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Fei's grasp. Lin Fei was happy to see that this was a ready-made opportunity that he had carefully prepared for himself. He wanted them to lift a rock only to hit their own feet. In truth, they also didn't believe that Lin Fei could take out anything good. In any case, it was still early, and they weren't in a hurry to deal with him. Using their gaze of victory to look at a defeated person was a feeling that they wouldn't be able to experience normally. Lin Fei strode up to a high platform that was one level higher than everyone else. Facing the crowd, he said indifferently, "Everyone should know me." Originally, these items were prepared for the auction in a month's time. However, after seeing seniors being so courteous and setting up a welcoming banquet for me, I felt apologetic in my heart. Therefore, I made a last-minute decision to use the good items for the auction here to let everyone get to know me. When he said that, everyone's interest was piqued. The auction that the Legend Tower was preparing for a month's time? They were all at a loss. Was there such a thing? An auction that was meticulously prepared definitely wouldn't be a small-scale auction. The treasures that could be used as the finale must be extremely precious, right? The expressions of the 8 big shots changed slightly. They rejoiced inwardly. They had set up this Hongmin banquet and invited Lin Fei over. Otherwise, if the auction was successfully held a month later, it would be a huge blow to them. With a thought, they also wanted to understand what treasures the Legend Tower was going to put out. The greater the influence of the Legend Tower, the more worried they were. Everyone must be guessing what the Legend Tower is going to put out. Immortal equipment? Battle armor? Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sure that everyone won't feel at ease holding these items in their hands. Therefore, we won't be auctioning these items. Everyone thought about it and felt that Lin Fei's words made sense. Even though they were somewhat fearful of Lin Fei, it didn't mean that they wouldn't give up on certain things. Our Sin Paradise emphasizes strength. Therefore, the items that the Legend Tower is going to auction are the elixirs that everyone has been paying attention to. Lin Fei revealed his objective. The classification of elixirs was actually the same as realms. Starting from profound-grade elixirs, there were spirit-grade elixirs, king-grade elixirs, imperial-grade elixirs, ancestor-grade elixirs, exalted-grade elixirs, saint-grade elixirs, and regal-grade elixirs. Chapter 561. No one was surprised to hear that Lin Fei wanted to promote elixirs. Elixirs were very popular in Sin Paradise. After all, this place often had all kinds of battles, so elixirs were highly valued. Healing elixirs, strength-enhancing elixirs, all kinds of elixirs were very popular. Moreover, Sin Paradise was a place where all kinds of illegal goods ran rampant. Elixirs were also very popular. Many forces secretly set up branches in Sin Paradise to purchase all kinds of elixirs. Elixir? I wonder what kind of elixir Lin Fei will take out. It should be a supreme grade elixir, right? Because this elixir is the most popular. I think it should be a Grandmaster grade elixir or a Saint grade elixir. As for an Emperor grade elixir, it's not very likely. Many people began to discuss. Elixirs had always been indispensable in the eyes of forces of all sizes. Recruiting subordinates required elixirs and true essence crystals. Both were indispensable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to work for you. Since Lin Fei was selling elixirs, they were naturally very concerned. Although they were enemies, they didn't hate elixirs. As long as the elixir was good and the price was reasonable, they would buy it. No matter who it was, they would make the same choice. There wouldn't be too much of an accident. Tushan enlightened. What do you think this Lin Fei is doing? A big shot asked. Who cares what he's doing? Tushan enlightened didn't care. In any case, this kid Lin Fei is working for nothing. In the end, it's still us who benefit. That's right. Lin Fei is helping us. Enlightened Shui Wei sneered. I really wonder how this Lin Fei can get rid of the treasure tower and the heaven-shrouding gang. Lin Fei saw the expressions on everyone's faces. This was exactly what he had hoped would happen. You'll find out soon enough. Everything I've done today will be for nothing. Instead, I'll be able to increase my sect's prestige. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were thinking? Everyone must be very curious to know what kind of medicinal pill our mythology tower is auctioning. Lin Fei first dropped the crowd's appetite. Now, I'll tell everyone that there are a total of 3 types of elixirs in this auction. I believe that every one of them is suitable for all of you. I believe that other than our mythology tower, no one else can refine these elixirs. So awesome. Many people had a question mark in their hearts. What kind of pill was so powerful that no one else could refine it? Could it be the legendary lost pill formula? Other than this explanation, there seemed to be no pill that could not be refined. In the Xintian continent, alchemy was rampant, and there were countless different types of alchemy. As long as the effects were similar, sooner or later someone would be able to decipher it. It could be said that there were very few unique alchemy in the continent. Of course, the higher the grade of the pill, the harder it was to decipher. All in all, there was practically no one who could decipher a saint-grade medicinal pill. That was because every single one of these medicinal pills were concocted by their own sect, and the pill formulas were also in their hands. Normally, outsiders wouldn't be able to concoct them. Aside from that, there were also lost ancient pill formulas. The various sects had declined, resulting in the appearance of certain pill formulas. Every single pill formula required special ingredients to be concocted, and the effects were quite astonishing. It was no wonder that they would think this way. When they heard that there were 3 types of medicinal pills up for auction, they couldn't help but feel surprised. The first pill will be useful to anyone. We call it the blood replenishing pill. Lin Fei said, "This blood replenishing pill doesn't have a grade yet, but its effects are comparable to a saint-grade pill. No matter what kind of injury you suffer, as long as you consume the blood replenishing pill, you will be able to quickly recover." What? A blood replenishing pill comparable to a saint-grade pill? Is it really that miraculous? This blood replenishing pill has such a good name. I wonder if its effects are like that. If it really is that miraculous, it will definitely be the most powerful healing pill below the Emperor grade. When they heard that the first pill Lin Fei was going to concoct was a healing pill, everyone's eyes lit up. Nifa's paradise was a place with many sections. From time to time, battles would break out, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would be injured. Almost everyone had a healing pill on them to help them recover. The quality of the healing pill was extremely important. A good healing pill would allow one to recover from injuries quickly and regain their battle prowess. Without a doubt, they would be able to obtain victory or survive. If the healing pill was bad, others could easily kill you. It was just that simple. Tower Lord Lin, are your healing pills really as miraculous as you say? One of the leaders of the sects couldn't help but ask. That's simple. Lin Fei smiled. If it was under normal circumstances, I wouldn't show it here. But on account of the seniors here, I'll let you all gain some knowledge. Lin Fei appeared in front of a young man and struck him with his palm. The young man spat out blood and was on the verge of death. Everyone, have you seen it clearly? There was no change in the crowd. The young man had suffered heavy injuries. If he wanted to recover, he would need around half a month to recuperate. His injuries will require around half a month. But if he consumes our blood replenishing pill, he will be able to recover around 70% of his battle prowess within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Fei said proudly. What? 70% of his battle prowess within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Impossible. It's definitely impossible. Many people didn't believe it. Right now, the healing pills on the market didn't have such an effect. They really didn't believe it when they heard that there was a pill of this level. If this kind of injury could recover 70% of one's battle prowess, that would definitely be a huge surprise. They couldn't help but be surprised. Usually, healing pills could recover 20% of one's battle prowess, which was considered very powerful. As for 70%, unless it was a supreme grade healing pill, Lin Fei took out a pill. You can have it. He let the young man eat it. Everyone, please take a look. The pill Lin Fei took out was the one he bought from the system store. The price was very, very cheap. Quickly look, this kid's injuries are rapidly recovering. This is too magical. This blood replenishing pill is too magical. A supreme grade, saint grade pill. When a young man on the ground recovered rapidly, everyone was dumbfounded. When did healing pills have such a good effect? It was too miraculous. If they didn't believe it before, they were all surprised when they saw the young man recover. The expressions of the 8 big shots changed, and greed appeared in their eyes. Even though they were big shots, they couldn't stop their greed, especially Tushanjinran, who knew the effect of this pill at a glance. Who didn't like healing pills? For the big forces, the better the effect of the healing pills, the more they liked them. The pill that Lin Fei took out immediately caught their attention, and they wanted to take it for themselves. Of course, it would be best if they could get the pill recipe. They secretly rejoiced. If they didn't invite Lin Fei over tonight and set up this Hongmen banquet, perhaps when this pill was auctioned, it would definitely bring about a huge response. When one's strength reached a certain level, who didn't want to have healing pills on them? When they encountered danger, they could quickly recover from their injuries. Perhaps with a healing pill, it could help them at a crucial moment. The blood-replenishing pill that Lin Fei took out immediately brought about a huge response. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 70% of his injuries were healed, which meant that he had the fighting strength to save his life. This pill had to be bought no matter what. It was a must-have item when going out. Tower Leader Lin, how much are you selling this pill for? We want the blood-replenishing pill. Tower Leader Lin, name your price. No one was willing to fall behind. Healing pills were equivalent to life-saving pills. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? They couldn't miss it. Everyone, don't worry. There are still 2 types of pills left. Lin Fei knew that they couldn't resist this temptation. Everyone calmed themselves down. How could they forget about the 2 remaining pills? The first healing pill had such a good effect. What about the other pills? They were starting to look forward to it. The second pill is a type of pill that explodes one's strength. Lin Fei said, this pill is called the potential pill. It can explode one's potential. After exploding, the side effects aren't great. At most, one will be weak for half a year, and during this period, one can't use martial arts. What? There's such a good thing. Potential pill can explode one's potential? Where did this Tower Master Lin find this kind of pill? If the effects are really that good, it can definitely become a trump card. Who doesn't know that the current forbidden pills, once consumed, can explode with an extremely great amount of power? Generally speaking, it will affect one's cultivation level. This shouldn't be possible, right? The side effects are so small. The second pill Lin Fei mentioned was even more surprising than the healing pill. It was a type of forbidden pill. There were countless forbidden pills in the Xiantian continent. The only benefit of forbidden pills was that they could help one in times of danger and kill incoming enemies. No matter what kind of forbidden pill it was, there was something that people couldn't overlook, and that was the side effects. All sorts of forbidden pills had different side effects. Some were serious, while others were light. For example, some forbidden pills could be used for a very long period of time after being consumed, but once the period of time was over, one's cultivation level would plummet. This was a publicly acknowledged side effect. Thus, after consuming a forbidden pill, one had to first be prepared for the side effects. For example, a drop in cultivation level was normal. The side effects of the potential pill that Lin Fei mentioned were as good as nothing. This was their lucky star. Rest for half a year? To them, this wasn't really a side effect. To be able to consume the potential pill, one would definitely be able to survive in times of danger. The side effects were so small that if someone else had said it, they might have thought it was a joke. But after the previous scene, they felt that it was completely possible. Tower Lord Lin, can I give it a try? At this time, there was no need for Lin Fei to speak. Someone had already spoken up, wanting to test the effects of this pill. Tower Lord Lin, why don't you let everyone try it? Someone immediately started to jeer. There was nothing they could do. Lin Fei's words were so pleasing to the ear. A forbidden pill that could explode one's power had such small side effects. Everyone would care about it. If they could personally test it, that would be the best result. In the eyes of these major powers, who didn't have forbidden pills on them. However, they wouldn't use these forbidden pills unless they were in dire straits. The effects were too great, and they didn't dare to use them. If Lin Fei's potential pill really had such an effect, It would undoubtedly be able to replace all sorts of forbidden pills and become a #1 forbidden pill. That wouldn't be a problem at all. No problem. Lin Fei laughed. However, you have to be prepared to rest for half a year. Isn't it just half a year? It's nothing to me. That person didn't think much of it. The prerequisite is that your forbidden pill has such an effect. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Since you guys want to ruin my reputation, I'll let you know what regret is. Chapter 562. Originally, the 8 bigwigs did not think much of Lin Fei. What was important was that he was within their control, so they did not have to worry about him playing any tricks. However, when they saw the popularity of the medicinal pills they had put out, their expressions changed. This did not seem to be a good sign. The blood-replenishing pill was comparable to a sacred-grade pill. It had already caused everyone to go crazy. They didn't feel good about it. They didn't expect Lin Fei to play tricks in front of them. The blood-replenishing pill that Lin Fei took out had such a good effect. They were already dissatisfied. However, they all nodded in agreement. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to cause trouble at this time. Therefore, when Lin Fei mentioned the second pill, one of the big bosses immediately signaled one of his subordinates to experiment. He was prepared to mess things up so that they would have a good reason to stand out. These big bosses from Sin Paradise were usually very dignified and cared a lot about their reputation. After Lin Fei showed that he was different, they were dissatisfied. They didn't want to see a person who was under their control change. That person gave him a provocative look. It doesn't matter. As long as your pills are as good as you say they are, it's fine as long as you don't come up with some fake pills. Lin Fei threw out a pill. He didn't allow the other party to resist and directly shot it into his body. Now enjoy it. This ability directly stopped the other party's tricks. Lin Fei could understand this. He wasn't worried that he would play any tricks later. It would be good to let the other party see it in person. This young man had indeed wanted to use this trick to cross the sea, swapping out the medicinal pills and tarnishing Lin Fei's reputation. However, he had not expected Lin Fei to see through his intentions and directly insert the medicinal pills into his body. What are you afraid of? All pills have side effects. I don't believe that the side effects are so simple. The young man was sure that Lin Fei was lying. Everyone, please take a look. This young man is at the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. According to the potential pill, he should be able to explode with the strength of a perfect sage or an initial stage Emperor Realm expert. Normally, he can maintain it for 30 minutes. Lin Fei said calmly, so that everyone could be prepared. Everyone, don't use the elixir. The potential elixir won't affect your thoughts. You won't lose control of your thoughts and go crazy like you're imagining. Lin Fei was very clear about the effects of the potential pill. More importantly, this was a pill provided by the system. After buying the Immortal Intoxication pill from a store, Lin Fei was very confident in the potential pill. Whatever the system said it would be, there would definitely not be a different situation. With Lin Fei personally keeping an eye on them, he did not have to worry about the other party playing any tricks. With his powerful divine sense, he could observe the other party's every move. As long as the other party dared to try anything, he would be able to restrain them immediately. If the other party played any tricks, Lin Fei would like it from the bottom of his heart. He would give them a heavy slap in the face. Boom! After swallowing the pill, his aura surged. Everyone immediately saw it. The pill's effect has started. That young man originally wanted to pretend to be crazy, but after the effect of the pill took effect, his entire mind was clear. He didn't pretend at all. The people present weren't so easy to deceive. If he pretended to be crazy, they would be able to see through it. Because of the divine sense on his body, he couldn't fake it at all. Saint Great Perfection, Emperor Realm Initial Stage. The potential pill immediately took effect. In the blink of an eye, that young man's strength reached the Emperor Realm Initial Stage. No matter who it was, they were all surprised when they saw this scene. The kind of craziness that they imagined didn't appear. Normally, after taking the forbidden pill, it was inevitable that one would lose control of their thoughts. Bedevilment. The forbidden pill had the feeling of being bedeviled. Everything in front of them was killing. Many pills were a kind of killing. However, they noticed that the other party didn't have any intention of going crazy. He was very clear-headed, and his judgment was very clear. This is too magical. Just from this point alone, they knew how effective the pill was. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, that young man's combat strength remained at the Emperor Realm initial stage. Everyone could see with a glance that there wasn't any change from beginning to end. This is too amazing. This potential pill didn't have any side effects of causing one's realm to plummet. This person is exhausted. His whole body needs to be replenished with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He should rest for half a year. Amazing. It was their first time seeing this kind of forbidden medicine, and they were shocked again. It could be said that they were shocked for the second time. This Lin Fei of the Mythology Tower was truly capable. Just where do these pills come from? Just by looking at these two pills, they seemed to understand how powerful the Mythology Tower was. With the blood-replenishing pill, they had the upper hand in battle. He could recover his combat strength quickly, but the other side could not. The result was destined. The recovery time of the potential pill varied, and it was also a threat to them. Damned Lin Fei. Where did he get all these pills from? Could it be that he dug up some kind of mystic realm? The big shot's expressions changed. All along, they had not thought much of the mythical tower. But after seeing these pills, they realized how amazing they were. The heaven-shrouding sect and the supreme treasure tower were both likely to be destroyed because of this. As long as the mythology tower had these two kinds of pills, they would definitely have a great advantage. In the long run, the ones who would suffer losses would be the Xi treasure tower and the heaven-shrouding gang. No matter what, we have to get this pill recipe. Lin Fei must have many pill recipes on him. Maybe he found an ancient sect's mystic realm. No matter what, we can't let Lin Fei leave tonight. This kind of person is definitely our greatest enemy. Fortunately, we knew in advance. Otherwise, if we attacked the mythology tower, we would be the unlucky ones. Right now, I can't wait to kill Lin Fei. However, let him be happy for now and publicize the pills. This will save us time. As long as we have these pill recipes, we can become a unique faction on the continent. No matter who it is, they will beg us to sell the pills to them. These big shots reacted very quickly. They knew how to maximize the benefits. They were all experts in this aspect and immediately realized the benefits. Now, everyone will like the third pill, Lin Fei said with a smile. This third pill, the Emperor Breakthrough Pill, is not a forbidden medicine. It is a type of advancement pill. It is a sacred grade pill that can increase the success rate of advancing from the Sage Realm to the Imperial Realm by 70%. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, there was an uproar. It should be said that there was a huge uproar. Although they were shocked by the first two pills, they were not as shocked as this one. Lin Fei had almost no obstacles in his cultivation. However, for others, they did not have such good luck. They needed to cross many thresholds and finally become experts. The higher the realm, the harder it was to advance. The barrier for Sage Realm to advance to the Imperial Realm was very difficult. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this step. They were all excited to have a 70% chance of advancing to the Imperial Realm. Among the people present, many were stuck at the peak of Sage Realm. They were only one step away from the Imperial Realm. However, they did not know when they would be able to cross this step. Only by becoming an Imperial Realm could they pass the tribulation. Even if they could not become a celestial immortal, they could still become a powerful rogue immortal. However, if they could not cross this step, everything would be a waste of time. 70% chance, did I hear wrongly? I must have heard wrongly. How could there be such a pill? Impossible, it must be impossible. Many people started to shake their heads. 70% chance of advancement. It could be said that as long as one's luck was not too bad, they could generally advance to the Imperial Realm. The expressions of the 8 big shots changed again. When a faction nurtured experts, the Imperial Realm was the bottom line. As for Sage Realm experts, they did not care. After all, it would take a long time to nurture them. There was no need for Imperial Realm experts. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for Sage Realm experts to advance to the Imperial Realm. The success rate was not high. Some people kept on breaking through, but were unable to cross this step. Even if they had the combat power of an Imperial realm expert, the gap between realms was like a chasm. No matter how hard they tried, they could not cross it. Everyone did not hear wrongly. The Emperor-breaking pill is that miraculous. Lin Fei said, "These are the 3 pills that our mythology tower will be auctioning. Among them, the Emperor-breaking pill, due to its value and refinement. I cannot let everyone test it. I believe that after seeing the blood-replenishing pill and potential pill, you will have a better understanding of the Emperor-breaking pill." If Lin Fei had taken out the Emperor-breaking pill earlier, they would definitely not have believed him. However, after seeing the blood-replenishing pill and potential pill, their minds were shaken. "Tower Lord Lin, is your auction really in 1 month? Are there any requirements to participate in this auction? We also wish to participate in this auction. I wonder if it is possible?" Everyone could no longer sit still. The temptation of the Emperor-breaking pill was too great. They could not resist it, especially the sages. Some of them had relatives who were at the sage realm and were about to break through. If they could break through this time, they all wanted a chance. Perhaps everyone will doubt it. However, everyone can wait and see for the auction in 1 month. Lin Fei threw out another piece of news. "Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained 10,000 SEC reputation points. Please continue to work hard." 10,000 SEC reputation points was not a lot. However, Lin Fei knew that after tonight's banquet, this news would spread to the entire Sin Paradise. "Tower Master Lin, you've truly given me a huge shock. This is a huge sum of money." Tushan Enlightened walked up, and the corner of his eyes twitched. This mythology tower really deserved to die. They could even obtain these pill formulas. If they really held an auction, wouldn't they snatch away all their profits? At this moment, Tushan Enlightened was in a good mood. Lin Fei knew what they were thinking. "I really have to thank you guys for what happened today. If not for you guys, I would not have had the chance to advertise. In the future, if you guys want to auction pills, I will definitely reserve a few good spots for you. The few of us actually wanted to find you to understand this pill. I wonder if you're interested in studying it together and teaching the younger generation?" Lin Fei directly ignored the first sentence. "Teaching the younger generation? That's not too good." Another big shot walked up. "There's nothing bad about it. Tower Lord Lin, you are now the idol of the younger generation in Sin Paradise. Who knows how many people want to learn from you? How can you disappoint them? Damn, you guys are really vicious. You want to use the younger generation to learn from each other. Who doesn't know that these disciples are all geniuses? If they kill themselves during the learning process, nothing will happen to you guys. Instead, I will have a bad reputation." Lin Fei instantly saw through their plan. "That's good too. I forced them to take the initiative. This gives me a moral advantage. In the eyes of others, they will think that I am not deliberately targeting you guys." Lin Fei's hesitant expression fell into the eyes of the others. "Tower Lord Lin, you are the Tower Lord of the Myth Tower. Can't you give them some advice?" That big shot continued. "You shouldn't disappoint them. Anyway, you're just teaching them. Nothing will happen." This was exactly what the few big shots had been planning. Originally, they were prepared to fight at the beginning. However, there was a small accident. Later on, they thought it was better to not fight at the beginning and be seen through. This was the best reason he could come up with. If Lin Fei did not agree, they had ways to make Lin Fei agree. It could be said that no matter how Lin Fei refused, he had to agree. Lin Fei made up his mind. Since they worship me so much, it will be bad if I don't teach them. However, I have to make one thing clear. If any accidents happen during the teaching process, I will not be responsible. Saying that was exactly what they wanted. Accidents are inevitable. Everyone knows this. With regards to Lin Fei's strength, they thought that he was around the itinerant immortal tribulation or second tribulation. There must be an expert behind him to be able to destroy the treasure tower and the heaven shrouding gang. They were not afraid of the experts behind them. Lin Fei was only this strong. It was best if they didn't make a move. Using the geniuses under them to deal with him would undoubtedly strengthen their reputation. The prerequisite was that they could kill Lin Fei. During the teaching process, if their skills were inferior and they were killed by the other party, no one could say anything about this. It was truly a flawless plan. Lin Fei knew that they would say this. This was also good. If he killed them, they would not look good. All right, I'm in a good mood today. I will teach 3. Lin Fei thought about it. The big shots didn't care about 3. The genius experts they arranged all had explosive combat power. Just one of them was enough to kill Lin Fei. 3 was more than enough. It was unknown how many times they could kill Lin Fei. Very soon, a silver-clothed young master walked up. He exuded the aura of a superior. With one look, it was obvious that he was in an extremely high position. When the silver-clothed young master came out, someone immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that the genius warrior of the Iron Veins Hall? I think he's called Zhang Qi. His nickname is the Silver-Clothed General. His strength is rather terrifying. I really didn't expect the Iron Veins Hall to send Zhang Qi up. I wonder if this Tower Master Lin can stop him." Who knows? Back then, Tower Master Lin was able to escape from the encirclement and return a year later. His strength shouldn't be too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come tonight. Chapter 563. Please guide me. Zhang Qi didn't give Lin Fei any chance. He strode out with a spirited gaze and gestured for Lin Fei to attack. Since it's a guide, bring out your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't be able to come out of the cell phone association. Lin Fei spoke very softly and indifferently. As one of the generals of the Hall of Iron Veins, Zhang Qi had fought in countless battles. The number of people who died at his hands numbered at least 1,000. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Earth roar. Zhang Qi took a step forward and punched out with both fists. The ground beneath him turned into a country, and everyone seemed to be in an extremely mysterious place. It's just an illusion realm. Go back and train for a few more years. Lin Fei stomped his foot, and the omnidirectional control shattered like a mirror. A cold light shot out from his finger and penetrated the general's head. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Zhang Qi is dead. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Fei was too powerful. A general of the Hall of Iron Veins was killed with a single finger. Tower Lord Lin, you are too ruthless. The 8 big shots were unhappy that Zhang Qi was killed with a single finger. This was especially so for the Hall of Iron Veins' big shot, Venerable Ironblood. I thought that this fellow was quite powerful and could block my finger. Who knew that he would be so useless? Lin Fei had a depressed expression. If you had told me that this fellow wasn't strong, I would have definitely shown mercy. After saying that, he shook his head with a disappointed expression. Zhang Qi was a second tribulation scattered immortal. After being killed with a single finger, everyone had a better understanding of Lin Fei's strength. This fellow had really hidden his strength deeply. Tower Lord Lin is right. Zhang Qi can't blame others for being inferior. Venerable Tushan's expression was also unsightly. However, such accidents happen often. Let's go to the next one. The 8 big shots actually didn't think that Zhang Qi would be able to kill Lin Fei. They just wanted to test him and let the other 2 have an understanding of him. Regrettably, Zhang Qi was too useless. He couldn't even block a single move and was killed. He couldn't test anything at all. At this time, another young man with a powerful aura walked out. Compared to the previous Zhang Qi, this person's strength was more than a level higher. Simply by standing there, he was like an insurmountable mountain. Lin Fei still said the same thing. Go all out, lest I have to go easy on you again. Disdain, extreme disdain. Heaven-suppressing tower. This person was quite smart. He immediately used a profound heavenly spirit treasure, and it was an extreme grade 1 at that. He wanted to suppress Lin Fei on the spot. Using a profound heavenly spiritual treasure to attack was actually crossing the line. Not bad. Lin Fei looked up and saw the illusory hand grab the profound heaven spirit treasure. With a cracking sound, the top-grade profound heaven spirit treasure was destroyed. That person coughed up a mouthful of blood. Too cruel. He even crushed a supreme-grade profound heaven spiritual treasure. What kind of strength is that? Seeing this scene, everyone simply shut up. The expressions of the 8 powerhouses were even more unsightly than before. They understood that it was impossible for them to kill Lin Fei on the spot with their geniuses. They had to make a move. This Lin Fei was very strong. At the very least, they could sense a dangerous aura from him. Since they couldn't instruct and spar, they didn't plan to continue wasting time. Tower Lord Lin, what are your intentions in injuring my subordinates? A powerhouse walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Give me an explanation. In the void, a huge black finger immediately shot out. The domineering aura clearly wanted to kill Lin Fei with one finger. They finally couldn't help but make a move. Lin Fei had long wanted them to make a move. Therefore, during the spar, he might as well kill them. Mince. Lin Fei didn't dodge. He shot out 2 sword lights. A huge pair of scissors appeared in the void. Crack, crack, crack. The huge finger was cut off, and the scissors charged towards the 8 powerhouses. Crack, crack, crack. You dare. The 8 powerhouses quickly dodged, but the people beside them weren't so lucky. They were immediately cut in half, and even their primordial spirits were cut in half. Voila! The hall was in complete chaos. Even though everyone had guessed it, when it really happened, they were still shocked. Old fart, you just want to deal with me. Why are you playing tricks? Just kill them directly. Lin Fei didn't think about killing them one by one. 5 high-level loose celestials and 3 mid-level loose celestials. Each of them had the combat power of a high-level loose celestial. They weren't that easy to kill. Lin Fei, as long as you submit to us and hand over the celestial artifact and the treasure map to the secret heaven vault, we can spare your life. Venerable Shueiyue said loudly. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Do you think I will believe you? Don't use such a ridiculous reason. Suppress him. The 8 powerhouses realized that this Lin Fei had the combat power of a mid-level loose celestial. Suppress. The 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. Lin Fei instantly felt the pressure. After all, they attacked together. Otherwise, a high-level loose celestial would be too worthless. Legend Tower is going to be destroyed. Seeing the 8 powerhouses attack, everyone sucked in a cold breath. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they attacked together. This was a relatively rare thing. The 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. Every attack contained immortal power. In less than a moment, Lin Fei's body exploded. He's finally dead. The 8 powerhouses heaved a sigh of relief. In the next second, their expressions changed again. Lin Fei recovered again. Old fart, you really have some power. To be able to last for a while against the 8 powerhouses, Lin Fei's name would spread throughout the entire continent. Flesh rebirth. They recognized it at a glance. Flesh rebirth could only be cultivated to a certain level to have such an effect. They realized that it would be difficult to kill Lin Fei. If the 8 of them attacked, anyone would be killed. After Lin Fei was destroyed, he could regenerate his flesh and blood. That was the result of his flesh and blood cells being incomparably powerful. Not bad. Lin Fei laughed. Now this daddy will not be finished with you guys. Just now, Lin Fei wanted to test how long he could last under the attacks of a high-level loose celestial. The strength of a high-level loose celestial was far stronger than he imagined. Fortunately, my flesh rebirth has reached a certain level. My flesh cells are very powerful and cannot be destroyed by immortal power. Iron Blood sneered. No matter how powerful your flesh rebirth is against our continuous attacks, let's see how much true essence you can recover. Even though Lin Fei's flesh rebirth was relatively hard to deal with, each recovery required a large amount of true essence. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill him with their methods. Heaven and Earth Furnace. A huge whirlpool descended from the sky, trapping the 8 powerhouses. Lin Fei also took the opportunity to enter. The Heaven and Earth Furnace instantly turned into dust. What's going on? Where did they go? Could it be an immortal weapon? They really disappeared. When Lin Fei used the Heaven and Earth Furnace, the people in the hall couldn't sense it at all. It disappeared in a flash, leaving no traces. The moment the 8 powerhouses disappeared, the high-level loose celestials who were lying in ambush rushed in one after another. Their expressionless faces were filled with surprise. Disappeared again? When these mid- and high-level bodiless immortals appeared in the hall, a mysterious force pulled them to a mysterious place. Strange, dangerous aura. It lingered in everyone's hearts. So the heaven and earth furnace can be used like this. The one who sucked in the high-level and mid-level Lu Celestials was Lin Fei. The heaven and earth furnace turned into a speck of dust in the world. Lin Fei controlled the dust and used the unique characteristics of the heaven and earth furnace to suck them in one by one. Stinking brat, what tricks did you play on us? The 8 powerhouses couldn't understand how they appeared in this mysterious space with their strength. Welcome to my territory. Lin Fei appeared in front of them. Boom! The moment he appeared, the 8 powerhouses attacked instantly, trying to kill Lin Fei. Unfortunately, their attacks missed, and he appeared in another place. Don't waste your energy. Lin Fei mocked. In my space, I am God, the only God. So, the 4 fiends, Shangguan Hong and Qi Lian Heavenly Demon appeared one by one. High-level loose celestials. Tushan Jinren and the others recognized them at a glance. The powerful auras on these people weren't any weaker than theirs. You are the 4 fiends. One of the powerhouses' expression changed drastically. He pointed at Invincible, true immortal, revealing a look of fear. I didn't expect someone to recognize me. Invincible, true immortal was quite surprised. Since you know me, let's have a good game. Whoosh, the divine fire burned and turned into countless fire dragons, separating them and forming a cage. Invincible, true immortal flew over. Since you know my name, let's have a good game. The heaven and earth furnace was Lin Fei's. Lin Fei could control everything, so it was easy for him to separate people. Impossible. Taoist Shueihua panicked. Why would the 4 fiends help you? Ordinary people might not know about the 4 fiends. High-level Lu Celestials had heard of this name, and many of them had more or less suffered a setback at their hands. These 4 fiends were old monsters who had lived for millions of years. As Lu Celestials, to be able to live to this extent meant that every Lu Celestial was extremely powerful. As for Emperor-level experts, they couldn't live to this extent because their lifespans weren't enough. The 8 powerhouses originally thought that they would definitely be able to defeat them. However, when they saw the 4 fiends and 2 other high-level Lu Celestial experts, they felt pressured. Take care of them. Let's go back and drink. Drunken True Immortal shouted. Leave these 3 to me. The rest are yours. Lin Fei chose 3 mid-level Lu Celestials. They looked like mid-level Lu Celestials, but in fact, they were all high-level Lu Celestials. Lin Fei controlled the divine fire to separate them one by one. The divine fire was extremely overbearing, and their physical bodies couldn't withstand it for long. After a while, they were all in disarray. Within the heaven and earth furnace, the divine fire separated many spaces. We underestimated you. The 3 mid-level loose, celestial powerhouses were also trapped in a small space, and their expressions were deranged. They had underestimated Lin Fei. If they had known that there was such a heaven-defying existence, they wouldn't have dragged it out. The only thing they could do now was to go all out. Kill. The 3 powerhouses charged forward, and each of them took out their celestial artifacts. Their celestial might was boundless, and they didn't dare to hold back anymore. Facing the 3 high-level loose celestial powerhouses, Lin Fei used the divine fire to protect himself. He controlled the divine fire to fight, and it was very intense. With their celestial artifacts, it wasn't difficult for them to kill anyone. However, against Lin Fei, their celestial artifacts were clearly countered. The other party's overbearing divine fire kept shuttling through the void, and they couldn't defend against it. Once they touched the divine fire, their divine souls would be in pain, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Lin Fei wasn't as strong as them. In the divine fire space, he used the overbearing divine fire to fight them to a draw, and he kept suppressing them. Gradually, they were at a disadvantage. Just admit defeat. Lin Fei had the divine fire to protect himself, and with the flesh rebirth, he didn't have to be afraid of the 3 of them.